from the high desert in the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening, or good morning, or afternoon, wherever you may be across this great land of ours. From in the west, Guam, the island of the Rock, eastward to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north all the way to the pole, and worldwide. Ye old Internet, this is Coast to Coast AM, and I'm Art Bell. Glad to be with you. Should be quite a program tonight. Coming up in a moment. Oh, my. Some years ago, I interviewed a fellow named Bugs, who claimed that he shot two creatures that he thinks might have been Bigfoot. On my webcam, you will see half a map. Bugs has sent me a map of the burial location of whatever these creatures are. I don't know that I like that kind of responsibility. We'll ask Bugs here in a minute why he sent it. Robert W. Morgan, who is a premier Bigfoot investigator here in the U.S., and I thought he ought to listen to Bugs' story this time, as we listen to it once again, and maybe he has some questions that I forgot to ask. Pretty serious subject, and why only half a map? Well, that's obvious. First of all, I've got a map to the burial location of two creatures. We'll decide as the program wears on what it is these creatures are. I'm going to introduce two people to you right now. One is Robert W. Morgan. Robert, are you there?
With both ears.
You are there. Okay. Let's see. The first thing you wanted me to do was to give out your phone number on the air, right?
Yeah, just like I'm going to give out your home. You betcha.
All right. So you're kind of in retreat right now. When you first wrote to me, you said I'm kind of undercover with a pal. So you've been nobody's found you for a while, Robert.
Yes, I'm living somewhere in Montana, and as you know, it's a pretty large state.
I know.
And I'm here on purpose, and it's carrying on some things. We've had some rather significant successes with those audio cassettes that I had mentioned to you at one time.
Right.
And so far, 16 people so far, by following that, have had face-to-face
meetings?
Yes.
Encounters?
Yes.
With Bigfoot?
Yes. And so what I'm trying here is, since I found that I needed an area where I wasn't known and where people would not waste their time playing nonsense, and starting from scratch. And at the same time, of course, I love Montana. I've been in and out of Montana for 20-some years, and it's absolutely fabulous.
All right. So your quest continues, and you've been researching Bigfoot for how long, Robert?
Well, my first sighting was 1957, but I didn't start serious research until about, I think it was 1969.
And you have, did you write a book?
No, I did an audio cassette. The book is incomplete because I haven't finished it yet, for obvious reasons.
All right. Well, I may have another chapter for you here.
Good. I'm all ready.
All right. So you'll be doing a lot of listening, although you're welcome to ask a question as the story unfolds.
Thank you.
It was, I don't even know how long ago. Bugs, are you there?
Yes, I am, Art. Good morning.
Good morning, Bugs. Can you... oh, yeah, Bugs
and a dog.
Bugs and a friend. That's your dog, huh?
Yep.
Bugs, you want to tell us what state you're in?
Yeah, I'm in Texas, Art.
Texas. All right. How long ago, Bugs, did you tell me originally the story of what you did?
Gosh, Art, it's been 3 or 4 years.
3 or 4 years, yeah, I thought it was quite a while. Time flies.
Yeah, all right. I'm getting older every day.
Aren't we all? All right, Bugs, I've got a real expert here, as you can hear, Robert W. Morgan.
Good morning, Robert.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Doing fine. You?
I'm alive and meaner than cat dirt.
Well, I keep telling everybody I'm still breathing, so I guess we're all right.
All right, fine. Bugs, if you would, begin at the beginning. And by the way, Bugs, before we even start, why did you send me this map?
Because, Art, my days are limited on this earth, and when I'm gone, my wife's going to call you and say, go for it.
Really?
And you can reveal to the world a map. I have not been back to that place since that day.
All right, let's start then with that day. Go ahead and tell it in as much detail as you want, Bugs.
All right, me and 2 of my friends which I'll refer to as Bird Dog and Jim, were coyote bobcat hunters. Back in the middle 70s, those varmints was worth a lot of money.
How much could you get for one?
Well, no bobcat would bring you anywhere from $300 to $700 that pelt.
Yeah, that's not bad.
And coyotes is bringing like $40, $50 a piece. And then we'd go out and, to be honest with you, it was a little more than a hobby. We were real serious about it.
Right.
And we hunted many, many nights all over this country.
Were you making your living that way then?
Yes, I was. I was farming at that time. I'd gotten out of the Marines and came back home, and I was farming, and in that part of the year, this cotton country up here, so we didn't have much to do in January and February except kind of sit around.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And we hunted a lot in that period of time because you had to wait until the freeze come for those pelts to cure. For some reason, and I don't know, maybe somebody can explain it to me, but an animal like a coon or a coyote or whatever, if you kill them before it comes a hard freeze, when you skin them, their pelts are blue on the inside after they dry out. If you kill them after a hard freeze, they're white.
Huh.
And I have no earthly idea why that is.
Does that sound right to you, Robert?
Yeah, I've seen that multicoloring, but I had no idea the reason. I didn't make that correlation. That's interesting.
Okay.
So anyway, it was like in December, January, and February that we hunted a tremendous amount. And then in late February to get into what they call a rutting season, and the animals would get mange and whatever, and they wasn't worth hunting. So about 2 months you had prime time hunting. And me and these two guys, we hunted a lot. We were all three from Vietnam veterans, and very close friends. And we had one night we had gone. I don't know how to tell this to keep from giving the location away, but
whatever words you want doesn't matter.
If somebody knows what I'm talking about, they can find out. But anyway, we had hunted, and we back in the flatlands. So then we took this road back up north of where I'm at now, and it swung around. It runs through ranch country. It's probably 25, 30 miles, nothing but ranch land.
So in other words, this location is within, 100 miles of where you are now?
Oh, it's closer than that.
Closer than that, all right.
It's within 30 miles of where I'm at right now.
Okay.
So anyway, we came around and we came across this, we were going to cross this creek. It's more than a creek, but its name is Elm Creek. And we were going to cross that creek. We'd come around back north and coming down that county road through this ranch land and stuff. And these ranchers loved us because we'd get rid of the coyotes that were taking their calves. And this had to be probably 3, 4, 5 in the morning. I don't remember the exact time. Mm-hmm. Come around the bend, and then in this bottom there, just before you cross Elm Creek.
So you're hunting with lights then?
Oh yeah, we're using spotlights off the roof of the pickup. We're using 500-watt halogen bulbs. It would light up anything from within a half a mile. You can see where you're standing, see the ground good. And
anything with eyes lights up real well.
Them eyes. The thing about it is, after you hunted as much as we did, you could tell by looking at a set of eyes what they were. Mm-hmm. If they were a cow, they were wide apart and they were red. If they were a coyote, they were narrow and they were more blue-red. I mean, it just, after a period of time, Art, you knew what, you could look in that scope and you knew what was there.
I'm not a hunter, so I just take your word for it.
Well, it was just that way. I mean, but anyway, we come around this bend and come up over this rise, and there was a wheat field out in front of us, and just before we crossed this creek, and it was a valley down in there, and there's probably, I'd say it's has wheat land right there, and there's probably a quarter mile or so wide from that road to the creek, and it's probably about a mile long. It runs alongside that creek, and it's flat, and that's it. And we come around this bend, and up and over a little hill and dropped into this valley. Well, just as we dropped into this valley, our lights picked up a set of eyes. And I hit the brakes. I was driving, and Bird Dog, he come out on the side. He had a 300 Weatherly Magnum, and he come across the top. I said, "What you got?" And he says, "I don't know. That ain't something I ever seen before." Well, it just sat there. And so I put
when you said a set of eyes, did you mean 2 eyes or 4?
2 eyes.
2 eyes.
2 eyes.
What color were they, Bugs, if you don't mind?
They were furious red. The reddest eyes I've ever seen in my life.
Really?
Under those lights. It was something we knew it wasn't a deer because of the eyes, and it was something. And so I pulled my rifle out. I used a .243. I put my scope on it, and I could see whatever it was crouching. And so Bird Dog, he got out and leaned over the hood of the pickup where he could get him a good shot. And Jim, he come up over the top of the cab, and I don't even remember what kind of rifle. I think he was using a .270. I don't remember for sure. But he lined up over the cab, and I was sitting there, and we just had both these spotlights on this varmint there. And I said, "I don't know what it is," and they don't either. And I said, "Well, it sure ain't nothing we know about it. Let's take it." And all 3 of us fired at the same time. And all of a sudden, this thing got up, and it must have been 7, 8 foot tall at least. I don't know. Scared the heck out of us. Started running. And well, we all loaded, and we fired again. We knocked it down again. And then it run, I guess, it was probably 100, maybe 150 yards from the point we fired the first time till it hit the fence and went into that creek. And we knocked it down. It's probably 25, 30 yards from the fence.
It fell into a creek.
No, not at this point. And just as it was crossing the creek, we hit it again.
Now, was it running on 4 legs or 2?
It was running on 2 legs, just like a human being. And I mean, it was...
Right, so it was running on 2 legs. It's something you've never seen before, but you 3 guys cut down on it.
Well, we had done shot, and we did not know what it was. It was hunched over. It really wasn't using its front legs, I mean, its arms, as much as it was, it wasn't standing up straight. We still thought it was, what I thought it was at first, to be honest with you, was a bear.
Yeah.
And that's why we fired.
All right, so you had 3 of you fired initially, right?
And
so
we all fired 3 times.
So
you guys are all non-vets, right?
Right.
And so you've had night combat, I'm sure.
Right.
Okay, so you have something getting up on 2 legs and running away, and you still cut down on it. Okay, I have the picture. Go ahead, please.
Okay. But like I said, I originally thought it was a bear. Mm-hmm. I had no idea. We had done fired on it at the point in time that it was sitting out there. And once we fired, I don't know, I guess we just got a little bit gung-ho and kept shooting. But anyway, the second time we shot it went over the fence. Well, we went and looked, and at this point in time, we were all getting scared because we thought, well, maybe this wasn't an animal.
Right.
So, like I say, it was probably 3, 4, 5 in the morning, so we decided to drive around a while. About 5:36, we went back over there, and we drove up there, and we went down, and we seen blood. So, we've seen some tracks, looked like a human foot, and to be honest with you, I thought, well, now, we done shot a human. Mm-hmm. Now I'm getting scared. So we go on up and start following these tracks, and the creek runs all from this point probably 50, 75 yards east, and then it turns back south some. Well, these tracks are going down the creek, and they come out, and they went straight on east from where the creek turned back south. About another 25, 30 yards, there was a plum thicket. And we were walking there, and we heard something in that plum thicket. I mean, it was a growl-type sound. And we kind of looked at each other, and so we decided, well, who goes in and see what it was?
A growl.
Yeah, and again, at this point, we thought, well, it's a bear. We done found a bear up here. So, I got elected. I had a 44 Magnum pistol. I climbed into the plum thickets, and I got in, probably 20 feet at the most. And Art, this thing come up at me. I mean, it couldn't have been over, I'd say 6 or 7 feet from me. I didn't even see it until it was there. And it raised up and let out a sound that is very similar to the one you have on your tape. And when it did...
You're talking about, as he grabs for it, this one, I presume. Anything like that?
Yeah, just the first one, not a repeat. Just a
that first scream is said to be an authentic Bigfoot sound. Robert?
Yeah, that's what they say. I have never heard them scream like that. I've heard them howl, I've heard them hoot, and I've heard them talk. But I've never...
You've never heard a scream like that?
No. First of all, I've never challenged them, so they don't perceive me as a threat of any sort, so they wouldn't try to...
Understood. All right, so anyway, Bugs, it sounded something like that.
There's something similar to just the first part. It didn't go on and on. It's just one shrill.
Right.
And I'm basically on my all fours in a crawl position, and I just brought my 44 up, and I started popping shells. And the first one I hit, the first one hit it, I was just aiming right at the chest at it.
Describe what this thing, since you were seeing it now full on, what did it look like?
Oh.
Best you can.
At that point...
6 feet tall.
Probably, but it was not standing up, Art, at that point. It was more in a hunched, squat-type position.
All right.
I mean, it come up...
Would you describe this as human-looking, as ape-looking? Did it have hair covering it? What can you tell us about it?
It had brownish red hair. It had hair on the face, completely covering the face. Its whole body was covered with hair. At that point, I just fired. It dropped down, started back up, I fired again. And it then kind of rocked and went backwards, and it come back up, and I fired again. I hit it 3 times with a 225 grain 44 Magnum hollow point at probably 6 to 8 feet. And it was down. Well, the other guys were standing guard up on top watching, and they couldn't see nothing. They heard me firing, and they yelled if I was all right, and I said, yeah, I got it. Well, they came crawling in there and where I was at, and they seen it, so we decided we'd drag it out. We got to looking, and all this thing had was 3 holes. And this was a female. You could tell it had breasts similar to a woman. It had a sexual organ and similar to a woman.
Really?
Facial features were different than a human being. Like I say, it was covered completely in hair. So we went back in and we found the male probably, I'd say, 8-10 foot behind where she was at. He was dead.
He was dead?
Yeah. So we drug him out. We laid him out side by side. The male was probably 6 to 8 inches taller than the female, estimating the male to probably be 8 foot plus, female 7 plus. So we looked at him. We got scared because, like I said, in the male, he had sexual organs like a human. We looked at their teeth. They were not human-type teeth. I can't say that they were an ape. I can't say that they were a human. They looked They had the features of a human overall, but the details were not.
Okay. Bugs, I want you to hold on. We'll be back to you shortly. We're coming toward a break. And Robert W. Morgan, hold on. Okay, so what do you think Bugs had just shot? 2 creatures. We'll get more of a description. We'll get more of a story in a moment. Robert W. Morgan, Bigfoot researcher, and Bugs, whose real name, by the way, I have, along with a map to the location of the bodies of whatever it is you just heard was shot. Oh, my. This is Coast to Coast to Coast AM. Morning, everybody. I have 2 guests. Bugs, who shot a couple of creatures, and Robert W. Morgan, a Bigfoot researcher. And we'll get back to them in a moment and the rest of Bugs' story. And I'm getting a lot of interesting fast blasts about this, a lot of them very judgmental. We'll talk about that in a moment. All right, once again, I want to cover this. I'm getting a lot of judgmental stuff, saying stuff like, you killed it after you knew it was a bear or thought it was a bear? Or did it ever occur to him that maybe he shouldn't shoot it, or at least he had to run the other way? Or, my God, out shooting animals? A lot of judgmental stuff. But if I were to be judgmental, we wouldn't get the story. What I really want is the truth here. So I'm not going to sit in judgment of Bugs. There are a lot of people responding that way, Bugs, as you might imagine. But I'm not interested so much in that as I am the truth. I want the truth, and if the truth is what you were doing, then that's what you were doing. And so I just want the truth, and you are telling us the truth, right?
That is correct, Art. I wouldn't have sent you that map otherwise.
No, I believe you. I believed you the first time, and I believe you now. There are a lot of people who don't like it, but this is a very important story in view of the probable physical evidence that still exists.
You got to remember something. At that point in time, we were making our living basically hunting. Art, there was many a night that I went out and I made $1,000 in a night.
Really?
I mean, there was one night, my biggest night ever. We killed 3 bobcats, 7 coyotes, and 18 coons, and we had $2,400 the next day.
I've got you. So again, I'm not judging you here. Somebody else would like to know. They've got a 5-year-old listening, and they want to know really what these creatures look like. Now, you said not exactly human, not exactly total animal, like something in between. Is there any way you can describe the facial features of these creatures? It should be imprinted on your memory.
Yeah, Art. No, because I've never seen nothing on this earth that looks like them. Their heads, they have a nose similar to a human.
Okay.
Their mouths appear to be more ape. Their eyes are sunken back in their head more than human. I mean, I think if you take a human and cross it with a ape, you could probably come up with a reasonable facsimile of it.
Okay. You know what I might suggest, Art, if you don't mind?
Sure.
Bugs, after we go off the air, if you would give Art your mailing address, which
Art has my mailing address, he has my phone numbers, he has everything.
Okay, what I'd like to do is...
Robert, let me just interrupt. I promised him anonymity, and we'll explain why here shortly.
Oh, no. What I mean is, what I'd do is send a copy to you, Art, and have you forward it to Bugs. The idea is this. On the cover of that is one of the best artist renderings I've ever seen because I sat with the artist myself.
On the cover of what?
On the cover of the cassette that I have.
Of a cassette? Oh, of your cassette, all right.
Right, and that way, what I'd like to do is get a reaction from Bugs and he can tell that to you. That's number one. Number two, can I ask you something, Bugs? What
Sure.
kind of soil were these two buried in? Was it sandy? Was it dirt?
This part of the country is sandy loam, and it wasn't silk sand, but it was sandy loam in that particular place where we buried them. It was more of a gravel type sand, because it was it did have some rock in it, because that creek was probably, from the point we buried them, the creek kind of went south, about probably 150, 200 yards, and then it turned back east, and over the period of time when we had a lot of high rains in this part of the country, it would wash silt and such in there.
Are you saying that the creek would overflow into this specific area?
Yes.
Oh boy, because that'll cause a different type of decomposition. Did you take a GPS reading?
A what?
Probably not, Robert. I would say not. A GPS.
Oh, no, I don't have one of them animals.
Yeah.
Okay, if we supplied one, would you take the readings and send those to Art?
Well, he's given me an extremely specific map. Oh, okay. Very, very specific.
I mean, that map is detailed down.
Yeah.
To the foot.
You would know where to dig. Listen.
To be honest with you, this happened 30-plus years ago, and I have not been out there since.
Bugs, when you had these things lying on the ground, what did you guys talk about, and why did you decide to bury them?
We thought they could be human, Art. and we didn't want to go to jail.
But what you just described yeah, I understand. In other words, there were enough
whenever you're
human...
sitting there and you're looking at the sexual organs of two animals that's got identical to human beings, what do you think?
Robert, with what you know about Bigfoot, do they have sexual organs, the reports you get, do they have sexual organs similar to humans?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
They do.
So far, everything that Bugs has mentioned is something that I've observed myself. So yes.
Oh.
He's right on the nose.
Thank you, Robert. I appreciate that fact.
Have you ever seen, Bugs, any of the Bigfoot photos, like the Patterson film? Any of those that exist?
Not, Art.
You haven't.
No.
Would somebody please send me a good Bigfoot photograph right away?
I'm on the computer. I can't look at it.
Well, it's too bad our website isn't up, because we have all of them on there.
Oh, you do?
Yes, and unfortunately it's under reconstruction right at the moment.
Okay, well, somebody will send us a photograph. Depend on that. In the next 15 minutes or so, we'll try and get it up for the next hour.
I will give a little more detail as to the location of this to tease the people out there.
All right.
The biggest river in the state of Texas that I guess you might say is the Red River. This Elm Creek is a branch off of the Red River of the state of Texas.
Okay. That's the only sound. Actually, you heard that scream sound, but other than that, you heard a growling. Well, you would describe it.
Art, I don't know whether it was a growling or a rustling or something, but something got our attention in those bushes.
Now, when they moved, you said they moved on 2 feet, or seemed to walk on 2 feet, hunched over or straight up?
It was hunched over. To be honest with you, when it was running, it looked like a bear. When it was running away from us, it looked like a bear, and I'm thinking dollar signs. That's why I fired.
He was probably pretty badly injured by your first fusillade. And what he was doing, I think, is, number one, escaping. Number two, he was going to the protection, hopefully, of his mate. And the mate may have picked him up and carried him to where you caught him.
I don't know that happened. It's possible, because there was grass where he came out of that creek and headed east there.
Mm-hmm.
Maurice in Modesto, California asks, if you were hunting for money, why didn't you all decide to bring these creatures back for a hell of a profit? They'd be worth a fortune.
Yeah, and maybe go to jail for the rest of your life, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the fellow in Modesto is overlooking the fact that if these are humanoids, then under the American Constitution, they have civil rights, and Bugs is indeed correct. He could be charged with manslaughter at least.
You know what? By the time we did the original show, by the time we finished the original show, Bugs was actually going to invite me out there, and we were going to dig these bodies up.
Good.
This was years ago.
I said I'd show you, Art. I ain't digging them up.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I own a farm near this place.
Yes, sir.
And Art, I won't go out there at night because about, a year or so ago, I was out there late one evening with my dogs. They love to go out and swim in the creek. And I heard that sound, and Art, I know they still want out there, and to be honest with you, I think they're looking for me.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bugs, we could do something. This is just a proposition here. If you would show Art where it is, and if I could be somehow involved, I would take the heat for you. I think I could get you off the hook on that.
I'm not sure you could take the heat. In fact, Larry in Anchorage asks, is it even feasible to believe these bodies are still there?
It's pretty rough in that kind of sandy loam because if you have a lot of water running through there, they're going to decompose rather rapidly, and this would also the escaping gases would call in coyotes, and those skeletons.
Oh no, we buried them probably. They had to be at least 4 or 5 foot deep, Robert.
Oh really? Oh,
hey, and let me tell you something. Like our training, we were all Vietnam vets. We know how to cover our tracks. To be honest with you, when we walked away from there, you couldn't tell there was a hole dug there.
Is that right? It's too bad you didn't have a couple of body bags, huh? That would have helped. Because the idea is, since Art, you know my feeling about hunting and using guns on Bigfoot. However, if the deed is done, there's nothing we can do, but we wouldn't want them to die in vain. And if they can prove, Bugs, listen to me, please. If we can prove that they exist by virtue of 2 skeletons, then in effect you are protecting the rest of them, because I'm very confident they're going to come out as humanoid. So an act on your part at this point in time would indeed help protect the rest of them.
Bugs, what about your 2 friends? What has their attitude been since?
You know something? We haven't talked in probably, I guess, 10 or 15 years. They both moved away from here. I think they both had kind of the same feeling I did. It was time to back up and go.
That you might have killed something, a human, or something human.
I mean, it wasn't that it bothered us that we killed humans, because we had done that before. You know, I mean, to take out a person, that was no big deal to us.
But that was in war, and they were armed. Right.
That's right.
A totally different thing.
Totally different situation what we were in there today at that time.
Yeah, you were doing your duty, pal.
I know, I understand that, but then, you know, when we got into this situation, I would have not have shot the female once I saw her, except I feared for my own life.
Sure. Oh, you had right to there.
Bugs,
she would have attacked you.
Bugs, what about smell? Did you smell anything? Did these creatures smell?
Art, I can't remember. I really can't remember that.
Well, if it had been really distinct, I'm sure you would have.
Yeah, it would probably have. I tried to block a lot of this out of my memory. And it's tough trying to draw it back up, because I knew what I had done, I realized what we'd done, and I realized that, you know, there might be consequences. And the only reason I sent you this map and everything is because for 3 years, I have never had one phone call. You knew who I was, you knew where I was, you knew my phone number and everything, yet nobody ever got it. So I trust you.
And you can trust me, although I'm not sure I'm happy I have the map. If you dug the hole 4 to 5 feet deep, shot them at 4 in the morning, drove around, shot more, they would have been digging and burying in the daylight, correct?
Right. This was, the sun come up probably, I'd say around 6 o'clock, 6:30, It was daylight. The sun wasn't up, but it was daylight enough for us to see. And when we found them, we're probably talking about the sun was just ready to peek over the top of the hill. We're talking probably 6:30, 6:45, maybe 7 o'clock. And after we found them and drug them out and everything, we're talking probably 8 o'clock. And it don't take very long to dig when you're scared. And probably within an hour, we had dug the hole and put them back in it, and we'd left.
Did you bury them in one hole or separate holes?
One.
One hole.
On top of each other.
Yeah, that would make sense. After this was over and they were buried, did the three of you talk?
Yeah.
And what'd you
We
talk?
swore ourselves to secrecy, Art.
You swore each other to secrecy?
Yeah. Never reveal it to anybody.
Except for years later, many years later, you went on the radio with me and you told this story.
Well,
and now you're telling it
when
again.
you get to be old, I guess you start thinking about some things you did in your life that I need to make some corrections about.
That you weren't that happy about, huh?
No. That was one of the few things that I did in my life that I'm still scared about today, Art.
You feel guilty about it?
Oh, yeah. Tremendous amount of guilt. Because I don't know, I might have taken an innocent human being's life.
You know, maybe for a hunter it's not the same way, Bugs, but when you look into a human's eye, you can see an intelligence. I mean, you know you're dealing with an intelligent creature. And I don't know if you had enough eye contact before, or it all happened too fast in all probability, but I wonder if you had a chance to look into their eyes and whether you discerned anything from that, whether you were dealing with an intelligence or something that was about to kill you.
No, Art, to be honest with you, it was just quick, knee-jerk reaction, and it was fire because I knew that I was in danger, and I knew she was fixing to come after me. And I knew it was a matter of a millisecond. I either had to fire or I was gone, and I didn't hesitate.
Yeah, obviously, with the other one dead, I would think that that creature would have killed you pretty quick, if it could have.
Yes, it would.
Oh, Art, it could have. Believe you me, as big as this thing was. Art, I'm 6'1".
There's a lot of people, Bugs. There's a lot of people that think that Bigfoot is some sort of paranormal creature, but it sounds to me like the creatures were real dead. You know, like animals and mammals and humans who get shot are dead.
Yep.
Nothing paranormal about that.
No, this was an animal.
They never disappeared on you.
Nope.
Or
nope.
Nothing ever strange.
Nope.
What about blood?
Red blood, just like ours.
A lot of it?
Quite a bit. Especially hers. I mean, his. He had a big pool where he was hit, and near the heart area, I would assume. I imagine the pool of blood, I'm trying to remember now, but I would say it was probably where he was laying, and he bled probably 1.5 foot circle diameter.
So everybody swore everybody else to secrecy forever on this matter. Robert, if it happened that long ago, and assuming that the remains have not been washed away, what might we expect to find, if anything?
Well, you could find probably quite a bit of the skeleton. You could, most importantly for us, I think it would be finding the teeth, because within the teeth, no matter even after many years, you can find viable DNA.
DNA?
Yes.
All right. Well, I've heard that they found hair recently, and they do a DNA test on it, and it comes back as hominoid of some sort, unidentifiable. So what do we get from that? In other words, if you have a hair sample and they say, well, yes, it was some sort of mammal or hominoid in some way, but it's not identifiable, and that's the end of the story.
Right, that happened to us. We had that in 1974. And we had that also in 1972. Hair tells you quite a bit about the DNA, but it still will not convince science. Now, if we can get a complete skeleton, especially if we have two, male and female, if there's sufficient bones there, they can be reconstructed and they can provide the proof that the Bigfoot, A, does exist, B, well, whether or not they are humanoid or whether they're pongidai, or whether otherwise if they're human or alien.
Robert, do you believe bugs?
Everything that I have heard bugs say has what I would call the ring of truth.
We'll be right back. I think Bugs is exactly who he sounds like he is. I thought that the first time I interviewed him, the second time, and now, same deal, folks. I think he is exactly who he appears to be. And I think the story is absolutely true. My guests include Robert W. Morgan, a Bigfoot researcher, and Bugs, who killed two creatures in the wilds of Texas. And it may well be they are Bigfoot. Or Bigfoots. I still haven't quite figured that out. At any rate, my guests will be back in a moment, and within about 10 minutes, we're going to have some photos up on the website, some real quick ones for Bugs to take a look at. I'm Art Bell. We're only going to have Bugs here for a little while longer, so on top of him seeing the photographs, I want to ask him a few more questions with Robert before we lose him. I know you had a really hard day today, didn't you, Bugs?
Oh, yeah. I've got a couple of questions I need to ask Robert.
All right.
Robert, can these creatures know who I am and what I did?
Yes.
The reason why I say that is because, like I said, it's been 6 months. It was last summer. I was at my farm late one evening, and it just got dark. And I have a creek that runs into this creek that I'm talking about. And I heard it was not a coat type howl.
Mm-hmm.
And it just made the hair on my back of my neck stand up, and I just felt in my heart that this had to be one of these creatures.
Was it the same kind of howl, or roughly the same?
As what?
As what you heard originally?
No. This was not similar to what you have on tape.
No. To what you heard originally.
Well, I don't know, Art.
That's right.
I don't know. I just can't. I can't place.
How many statute miles are you from the site?
Well, that creek's approximately 6 miles.
About 6 miles away?
Yeah.
And, okay, now this is going to sound like a strange question. Does the water flow upstream or downstream from where you are?
Downstream.
Downstream.
It flows down into this place.
Had you hunted that area before?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so the identification, they could have identified you. And believe me, 6 miles is a Sunday stroll for these people. So more than likely, they have identified you. Yes, you're probably right. I would be very careful.
Am I in any danger?
It's been how many years?
This is 1976.
Right, 76. It's possible, but probably I would say that, I'm going to sound very, very weird here for a second. If you would go out on the edge of that and hold your hands open to your side, where they can see you have no weapon whatsoever, and now this is going to sound strange to you, talk to them. Just talk. Whenever you have a feeling they're out there, go out and just let yourself go. Tell them what you think and what you made a mistake. It doesn't hurt anyone. It could help you, and God only knows they might understand. I don't know. I certainly would try it.
I don't even own a weapon anymore. After this happened, I quit hunting. Like I say, I couldn't even pull a trigger now, even probably to defend myself.
Bugs, I have a question for you. Chris in Medford, Oregon asks, I was wondering how heavy these creatures were, and he thinks you can judge this because you all had to lift them to bury them, right?
Right. I'm going to say they probably weighed 350 pounds plus in that area.
Oh, my.
It was all we could do to move them.
That's a lot of body mass.
Oh, tell me about it. Dead body is the heaviest thing on earth.
Somebody else says, and maybe this isn't true, or maybe it certainly is, the only thing missing is the grief that he hides. Bet he has nightmares of killing the female.
Yeah, I did for a long time, Art. Did for a long time. I have woke up at night, again in that position, firing my weapon. I mean, I went through some hairy things in Vietnam. I was with the 1st Marine Recon in Vietnam.
Good Lord.
I did a lot of LARPs, 21 days, 12 days. I know what it's all about. That don't bother me. This thing with her bothers me worst of all of them, because that's the closest I've ever come to death.
Yeah, I hear you. You described the fact that the imprint of the feet seemed like a human footprint.
Yeah.
Was it bigger than a usual human footprint? But judging by the weight, I would think it would be.
Oh, yes. I would say, isn't it Michael Jordan that has to have size 18 shoes, or what basketball player? I would say it's probably in that size. There is one thing that I've never revealed to anybody about the foot of this animal.
What?
And that's why I'm very reluctant. A lot of these people talk about Bigfoot and stuff, but there is something about their feet that is different than anybody else. Robert should know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think I do.
Well, let's not have Robert say, you say.
Yeah.
What?
6 toes.
Oh.
What?
6 toes.
6 toes? On both of the creatures, both feet?
Both of the creatures.
That's an anomaly, I think. I think that's an anomaly. But I'm going to take a wild guess here. You must be within 100 miles of the Arkansas border.
No.
And the reason I say, well, then in that case, there was a family in Arkansas of Bigfoot that did have a 6-toed genetic code.
Okay.
And they may have spread into eastern Texas. That is possible, but that is not the norm.
All right.
Okay. I am in the Texas Panhandle, and this, like I say, this creek.
Don't say anymore, Bugs. Don't say anymore.
Yeah, don't say anymore.
Texas Panhandle is close enough.
And everything. You know, Red River runs from Arkansas up to Texas. It's the border of Texas, Oklahoma. So I'm assuming that these animals come from that direction. Where they were going, I have no idea.
Bugs, you said that in the light, the eyes were red. What about
spotlights? Yes.
Yeah. What about when they were dead? Did you get to see
black?
Black.
I couldn't see any pupils or anything like that, and just black eyes, a little larger than human eyes.
Okay.
You know, Bugs, I'm very sorry. I'm not a hunter myself. I used to hunt years and years ago, but I came through the same transition that you did. I don't want to see anything die anymore. I have no time for it. But at the same time, I must say, honestly, I'm so pleased that you contacted Art Bell.
Bugs, if you said you had a computer there.
Yes.
Go right now to your. Is it really?
I'll have your website up.
Oh, you do.
Yeah.
Under What's New, you'll see the first item now, instead of cloud vortex, is Bigfoot images. Click on that.
No, all I've got. Let me refresh.
Refresh. And then go to What's New, and you'll see Bigfoot images.
Okay.
You see them?
They're coming up.
Okay. There's 4 of them there right now. My listener is doing me a favor in getting these images up quickly. Some are drawings.
I think everybody else hit the website at the same time as me.
2 of them are, looks like at least 1 is a photograph. 2 may be photographs, and 2 are drawings.
This first one coming up, the hair's the wrong color.
Okay. But what about the general? Was it closer to a human than that?
Oh yeah, this looks like an ape here.
Yeah.
This first picture, of course, like I say, it's loading up slow. All I've seen now is the eyes, but the eyes were sunken in, but the above the eyes, I guess you call the eyebrow area, it was flatter than that.
Okay.
The nose was totally different. The nose was more human.
Okay.
The mouth is very, very similar.
Okay. What about you, Robert? Do you have internet access where you are?
No, I'm on the line that I usually use. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to send a copy of the drawing down to you, Art, and you can forward it to Bud.
I can do that. Just give it a few minutes, Bugs, and the rest of these will load.
Okay, your third picture, Lart, looks just about like it.
Oh, really? The third one down?
Yeah.
All right.
Very, very close.
This appears to be an actual photograph. To be honest with you, it's a photograph, and it may be a photograph taken from the Patterson film. I'm not sure.
The third one doesn't look like that. Second one, I mean, it's almost a dead ringer.
Oh, you're saying
the third one.
The fourth
picture does not look like it, but the third picture is almost a dead ringer.
Number 3 is an oval.
Yeah.
And you say that's almost a dead ringer for it?
Yeah, almost identical.
Boy, I wish you had internet access, Robert.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm talking on the line.
I'll tell you what, Robert. Mm-hmm. Why don't I do this? Why don't I, if I were to drop you off the line for a few minutes,
okay,
could you get to my internet site?
I can certainly try.
Okay, remember now, you'll be able to get on, no problem. www.artbell.com.
Right.
It'll be under What's New, which is the first item on the left when you load the website. It'll say, let's see here, it will say Bigfoot images, and because we've got a hit here, because he says it's like number 3.
Okay.
If you would go down and take a look at number 3, I will call you back in about 8 minutes.
Okay, I'll get on it right now.
All right. Let me see if I can do this properly. Okay, let's see. And I think that I've done it. Let me see if I can bring back Bugs. Bugs, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, good. All right, Bugs. So number 3 is pretty close, huh? That's
very, very close, Art. The only thing about number 3 that I can see the difference between it and what my recollection is the eyebrow area was a little less protruding.
Otherwise, the head,
the
mouth?
mouth is identical. The nose is identical.
Wow. And
what picture is this? An actual picture?
I believe, and I'm not certain, but I believe, and now Robert will be able to tell us, he's the expert on this, but I think this might be from the Patterson film. I'm not sure.
Okay.
All right. This was sent in just by a listener, but it doesn't matter. Obviously, I would say it's a real photograph that we're looking at. And judging from this, now, was there any, other than the sex organs, was there any discernible difference between the male and the female?
That was it, Art. The male was a little taller, like I say, probably 6-8 inches taller, and probably weighed, I'd say 30 pounds more, maybe 40-something in that neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
They were both extremely muscular. They didn't appear to have any, what I would call human-type fat on them. And their abdomen area, the mid-age bulge, or whatever you want to call it, they appeared to be just very, very muscular type people. I wanted to say people, but animals. I still kind of feel like they're people, Art.
Really?
Yep.
You, in sending me the map, Bugs, you said that you're not going to be around forever. Well, I'm not going to be around forever either. And I don't know what to do with this. I don't know what's right to do with it. I don't know if it would result in both of us getting in trouble. Even today, I'm not sure. Maybe,
well, if you feel that you don't need to have it, then burn it. I have a copy. My wife has a copy. She has the original. And everything we faxed to you.
And what did you tell her about this? When you gave her her copy of the map, what did you tell her?
She was in shock and awe when I first revealed this, because she knew nothing about it, and we'd been married for years. She knew nothing about it until the night I talked to you on the radio.
Oh. Then you all must have had a pretty big talk about it afterwards, huh?
Oh, yeah. She wanted to go see the place, and I said, we ain't going over there. There is no way I will go back to where that area is.
Why?
I don't know, Art. There's something scares me about it.
Did you end up with any of the creature's blood on your clothing, shoes, whatever?
Not that I'm aware of, Art.
Because blood, too, has DNA in it.
I know. It's possible in moving them and everything we did, but it wasn't something we noticed. And my wife wouldn't have said anything because, you know, we handled coyotes and bobcats and stuff like that, and we got blood on.
Okay, Mike,
on them out.
Yeah, I hear you. Mike in San Angelo, Texas, down there in Texas with he asks, the hands, the feet, would you describe them as leathery? Were the nails thick? Were the ears big? Was anything weird about the teeth? Did you think you were looking at a meat eater or a vegetarian? Any guesses?
I would say, just offhand, probably a vegetarian. But then again, Art, I don't know. You know,
sure.
We're talking about a total time of me looking at these animals and burying them.
About how long?
Time, an hour and a half, 2 hours.
As you guys tried to figure out what to do, huh?
Oh, yeah. Well, we knew what to do. We went and got the shovels and started digging.
Yeah. What about the hands and feet? He's asking, were they leathery feeling? Can you remember any texture? Can you remember anything about it?
Art, I can't remember other than their hands. I don't know how to describe them. It would be like somebody that had a pair of cowhide gloves on with hair around them, and in their palm area, just skin type showing. Kind of, I guess you would say a leathery type hands. And their feet, bottom of their feet was the same way. The only thing, like I say, the hands and the bottom of their feet were probably the only thing it wasn't covered with hair. And their face it wasn't completely covered with the hair, but then again...
pretty close to how much hair there was there in number 3?
Yeah, very similar, very similar.
Since that's happened, since you've been on my show, the original time you appeared on my program, have you told anybody else about this?
Yeah, there's one other person in this world knows about it because he had an encounter here a while back with one. He decided he was going to follow his uncle and be a great white hunter. So one night he come across one about, I guess it's been a month and a half, 2 months ago, about, I'd say 40 miles from where this happened. And he come home telling me about it. About 3 days later, he was scared. And then I told him. Mm-hmm. And he said, that's exactly what I saw. And I said, well, why didn't you shoot it? He said, man, I didn't know what it was. I said, I got the hell out of there, pardon my French.
You know, I imagine when you think back on your encounter, you probably wish you'd done that too. But by the time you'd shot the thing initially, so many shots, I guess you pursue it. You don't leave an animal out to die.
No, you're right. If it's wounded, you want to put it out of its misery. And again, Art, we thought it was a bear. Just to be perfectly honest with you. I mean...
Yeah, even up until the moment that you shot the final creature dead, you still really thought it was a bear, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I thought it was a wounded bear in the bushes, and that's what we was laughing about. Who's going into the thickets to get the bear?
How'd you get elected?
I was the only one. I had the most high-powered pistol. Bird Dog, he had a .357, and Jim, he had a .22, and I had a .44 Magnum Ruger. And so they said, "Well, you got the big gun. You go in." Mm-hmm. I said, "Well, I want it to go."
By the way, I can hear something creaking, and I imagine that's your easy chair you're rocking back in. If I had to guess.
Right, it is.
All right, Bugs, hold on. We won't hold you too much longer. Just a couple more questions. We'll get Robert W. back on with us in a moment. A lot of people say that's what Bugs could do. Make millions now. I just sense truth about this story, and I don't know why. I always have. Since I first heard it, I've sensed it was a truth, and I think that now. Anyway, for those of you checking it out, it's number 3. The third, it certainly is. My guests are Robert W. Morgan, who is now back after having seen the photograph himself, and Bugs, who will remain identified as far as location beyond that which he's already given, and certainly not his real name. At his request, I will keep it secret forever if necessary. And I guess that's what we're going to talk about in a moment. All right, Robert W. Morgan back and Bugs, and we're not going to have Bugs for much longer, so just a couple more questions, Bugs, and any Robert might have. You've given me a very detailed map, but Todd in Lakeside wants to know, could you actually walk to the spot where you buried them, no problem?
Yeah, I believe I could.
But you wouldn't?
No, I don't want to go back out there, Art.
Not even with myself and or Robert Morgan?
I'll get you close, but I ain't going back out there.
All right. Two questions from Ian in Charleston, South Carolina. How many times did you have to shoot the creature? A question I think you already answered. And
I think we fired 3 times at the first one, and I know I fired 3 times at the female.
Did it emit any kind of sound while the other one was shot? Was there any reaction? Or was it too hard to see?
We did not see the female until...
Oh, that's right.
I went into the thicket.
Okay. I'm told that you should one more time refresh your computer screen because there are now a total of 6 images up there. Too bad for you, Robert. Anyway, listen, Robert, you got to see the third one down, which he says is pretty doggone close to what he saw.
Yeah, that's a good one. There's nothing wrong with that.
You think that one's fairly representative of what a Bigfoot would look like?
Yes. It very much. It's very, very close. Very close.
All right, Robert. Do you have anything?
If you would take the hair on number 4 and darken it a bit,
that'd be close.
Put it on. That would be the color of the hair. It's a little too red. It's more brown than it is than that red.
All right.
I'll give you a little hint on that. The younger ones have the reddish hair. The older they get, the darker they get. And then when they get into old age, of course, they become grizzled, just like us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Neither of these two.
So
the 5th picture, it's hard to tell. I can't see facial features or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And the 6th picture doesn't even look like nothing like what I saw.
So it's number 3 all the way.
Yeah, it's got number 3. Number 3 is almost identical.
All right, good.
Bugs, I'm going to send you one by way of art that I think you're going to say, "Oh my God, that's him."
Okay.
All right, Robert. Last chance. Any other questions for Bugs?
No other questions except that I will provide through you, Art, and if anything I can do to assist either of you or both of you, be more than happy to. I'm sorry that it happened.
He's obviously not going back there.
Well, I believe me, Bugs. It's hard to say, but if I went along, I think you'd be fairly safe.
I wonder if we don't identify Bugs, Robert, and we were to go there, or you were to go there, what our liability would be.
None. There would be no problem whatsoever.
But the problem is, everybody in this part of the world knows who I am.
Well, we needn't divulge where we got them. Simple as that.
Have you, I guess you've thought over the years you'd face maybe jail time for this, huh?
Right.
I doubt you certainly would never, you would never be convicted of first degree anything, because there wasn't. But
I'm 56 years old, Art, now.
We're almost same age. I'll be 56 June 17th, so.
Yes, but what you did, though, was you did not know it was a Bigfoot. You did not fire on it as a Bigfoot. I don't see, if you had known what it was and you fired, that's one thing. The first one that you fired on was at such a distance, and it was an irrational, or not an irrational, irresponsible act, but it's done. What's done is done. Secondly, you did the other one in self-defense, and I doubt that anyone is going to blame you for that. I'm sorry that it happened simultaneously, but I think the furtherance for science and also the furtherance for the protection of the children of these two adults that are dead they could benefit by the protection that this discovery could give them. Because if they are humanoid, we can do a hell of a lot more than what we're doing right now. They're in imminent danger, despite the laws that I've been able to initiate. It does happen, and education and intelligence, intelligent application of law is what we need.
Well, Robert, I have one question I would like to ask you. You mentioned Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
That there was creatures down in there. Is it possible, because this happened, I would say, somewhere around the middle of February.
Right.
Is it possible that these animals, or whatever they are, migrate from that area to Colorado?
Oh, bugs, they're all over. They're here in Montana. They're in Florida. They're in Ohio. They're in Pennsylvania. They're in New York State, upstate New York. They're in Washington, Oregon. The only place I've never had a real report is in Pahrump, Nevada.
Say what? Say what?
but in any case, they're all over the place, and they do move quite a bit. They do have, unfortunately, predictable to some degree, movement patterns. But this is by virtue of weather and food availability. But they do have they move quite a bit, and what you have there are probably offshoots from the Ouachita Mountains, and in that area, and also, I must say, in New Mexico, in the highlands of New Mexico, you also have them there, and in the Mogollon rim of Arizona, they're there also.
Well, see, that's what I was wondering, because if you take a map and you follow the Red River,
Mm-hmm.
it would lead from Arkansas nearly to New Mexico.
Uh-huh.
And I was just wondering if this was possibility that this was a route that these animals travel, and they go south in the winter and go north in the summer.
Well, they have their own routes, but they don't necessarily have to go by virtue of the weather. They're perfectly adapted. Unlike you and I, they don't have to worry about the weather. When they're cold, in fact, the colder it gets, I think, in a lot of ways, the better off they are. The ones that I've encountered in Florida are much smaller and thinner and scrawnier, not anywhere near as healthy as the ones that I've seen up in the northern states.
That's a good question. Did these animals appear to you, other than being dead, to be healthy specimens?
Oh, yes, very healthy. They were very muscular.
Sure.
I would say they were younger animals than older ones, because they just appeared that they were younger. I hate to make this I don't know the word I'm looking for, but the equation to this to what I would say in the human factor, and this is the one thing that scared us. And I don't want anybody to take this wrong, but you have seen mentally retarded people, their facial features and everything. That's what we thought we had done shot, was some mentally retarded people that was living in the wild.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very brutal facial features that are almost Neanderthalic, and a little bit more so, I think. Gee, I wish I could reach out and help you somehow. I really do.
Let me be very straight on a few things here. Number one, Bugs, you don't want your identity revealed, right?
No.
Okay. Number two, you don't want to go back to the spot yourself.
No. I'll take you within, I can take you up on a hill and show you where it's at. Within probably, I would say, maximum of a quarter to half a mile away.
Mm-hmm.
But there is something inside of me that just will not let me go back to that spot.
Yeah, I don't think I blame you. And that's where you gave up hunting, too.
Right.
All right. Listen, Bugs. Thank you, my friend, for coming back on here tonight.
Well, you're welcome, Art, and I appreciate it. And
so I will honor your wishes.
I would like to explain one reason why I'm doing this.
Yeah, sure.
It is because of you and what you have done for all the people in this United States. You are the one person that brings forth the stuff that everybody else laughs at.
Mm.
And someday, when I'm gone, you'll get to laugh at them because you'll have the proof.
Thank you, Bugs.
All right. Good night, Art. Good night, Robert.
Good night, Bugs. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. There we go, Robert.
Yeah.
All right. So then we're left with. I'm really left with a burden in a way because he doesn't want to go back. He'll get us close. He doesn't want to be identified, and damn it, he left me a map.
Yeah. Well, I can't blame him with that, but his reactions and everything else shows a lot of humanity was brought out in this guy, and he realizes what he's done. And he's really, really sorry for it. And
I believe he's exactly who he sounds like he is.
Yeah,
Simple as that. Simple as that. I've thought it all these years, and I think it even more so now.
But Gotti, if we could get out there and get these bones before they're totally dissolved and the rodentia gets to them and everything like that.
Well, if you had them that deep, maybe.
Yeah, it's possible. And if we could just do it and get it on film and everything like that, I think that what has happened is, it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy on all sides, all the way around. But it sounds like we have an honest guy. He knew what the hell he was doing.
Yeah, that's what I thought, too.
And I hate to see him suffering like this because he is. He's obviously carrying a lot of guilt. Mm-hmm. And it's I wish we could reach out and help him in some way.
Well, you start changing, as you get older, and you start. How old are you now?
66.
Oh, you're 66. Well, then you know better than we do.
Hell, I'm meaner than Ket does. So I bicycle, I run, I fight. You name it, I do it all. Age, in a lot of ways, I think, is a mindset. I've been blessed, or whatever you want to call it, with absolute perfect health. And I'm as strong as I am now as I was when I was 30,
sure,
35.
But everybody does begin reflecting, though, as they get older.
Oh, absolutely. Well, this is where wisdom comes, And it's too bad it comes so late. And this man, obviously, going through Vietnam, that was a very, very tough place to be.
Yes, it was.
And the one thing that I wish I could have asked him, and it just is the color of his eyes. He said was red when he got him in the light.
With the light on him, yeah.
Yeah. My question was going to be, what were the lights of Charlie, the Viet Cong, at night? Because that should have given him a clue right there. But, these guys were hunting. They had reverted way back to the early days of America, and that's how a lot of guys made a living. And that's what they did. But,
early on, when he was telling the story early on, I have a computer board I watch here with Fast Blast, and they were coming in. They were very judgmental.
Oh, yeah, sure.
As you can imagine. But, I mean, look, you could sit here and pour judgmentally over what he did, and it's not going to change anything. I wanted to get the story as it was laid out, and that's how he gave it to us. Right, wrong, or whatever. It happened.
He showed so much courage, much more than the average person, to come forward and to tell you about this, and then provide you with the wherewithal to reveal this. And, that way these deaths won't be for nothing.
Well, he asked you, I thought, a question that caused you to pause a moment. He asked if he was in danger now.
Yes.
Or it could be from the family that's left. If there was more of a family, he seems to think that there's more of them out there. With what you know about Bigfoot, would it have that kind of memory, or would it act instinctually, or something in between? And that says a lot about what Bigfoot is and isn't.
No, I think they're extremely intelligent. I've had them give me gifts when they happen to have seen me stop. One time I stopped. This is an example. One time I stopped in the middle of the woods with a young boy that was with us, and he was just fiddling around, and he had found a dead turkey. So, a wild turkey. So I knelt beside the kid, and I showed him the turkey feathers and this and that and thing. When we got back to camp, and after that, we were always given gifts of turkey feathers that would be inserted into the ground a good inch to an inch and a half. This is reaching out, This is saying, oh, wow, you guys are interested in that. Here, let me show you. Here, let me give you a gift. Now, this doesn't come from some animal.
No.
And I think that what has happened is probably they tracked him, or maybe there were others in the area, although I kind of doubt it because they would have attacked him. But they identified him, and they've been watching him, and I think they're pretty much sympathetic in a lot of ways. God only knows. I don't know. I do know that if we were able to get down there, I think that we could go to that site. Unless they went back, here's a question that just came to my mind. Unless the family of the Bigfoot went back and removed those bodies, it is possible. They do bury their own, and they have a very specific way of burying them.
When that one rose up, Robert, if he had not killed it that instant, it would have killed him?
Probably. Yes. Because obviously the male was either dead or dying and had gone to the female, or the female had picked him up and carried him and took him into deep bushes. This is absolute textbook.
Typical of what they do?
Sure, it's textbook. And when they get hunted, that's exactly what they do. So here this guy comes along, and he comes in after them. Her mate is dead. And the first thing she did was growl or shout at him, trying to get him to back off. And then she rose up, and of course, this is a combat trained individual. He's not going to back off. He's going to do what he has to do. Mm-hmm. And everything he said had a lot of ring of truth to it. So if I were him, I wouldn't. It's sorry that it happened, but my God, let's close the chapter by not letting these people die for nothing. That would be the tragedy, because it's going to happen again.
Robert, what do we know about these creatures? What are these creatures? I over the years, I've done so many programs, and I range from thinking they're part of the paranormal, kind of disputed by what we just heard. I mean, if they were paranormal, they'd probably just blink out or some who knows what. And if they're not paranormal and they're real and what we seem to see when we look at photographs of them, then what are they?
I think they are an ancestor of humanity, of the Homo sapien today. We have this problem. We have this blind spot, Art, and that is it was caused by our religions that told us that 6,000 years ago the earth was created and we were put on it. And ever since that point, and it was created for us, we have the arrogance to believe that this entire world and all the animals and bugs and all this stuff was created for us.
Yeah, that all of this was created, that there wasn't, that there is no such thing as evolution.
Exactly.
That we were just plopped down here, Adam and Eve, bite of the apple, into the...
Yeah. Now the question comes, and here's where they can debate this forever. This may have been the car that was selected by our maker to insert the soul. We're getting a little esoteric there, but that is one way of looking at it, perhaps.
The original car? Like a Model T or something?
Exactly. These are the people that were perfectly adapted. They don't need, he doesn't have to worry about them being cold or hot. They take care of themselves. Mm-hmm. They don't have to plow. They don't have to plant. Mm-hmm. They don't have to take vaccinations. They're doing fine. We, on the other side, everybody talks about us evolving. Hell, we've devolved. And take our clothes off of us and throw us outside and find out how long we last. For us, we have to have another animal's skin on our feet, for God's sake, the leather on our shoes.
That's absolutely true.
Where we have devolved when it came to the earth. Here these people are, the Bigfoot people. They are perfectly adapted. They have the linguistic of, in that audio cassette that you have from Moreland, that we have actual imitation of verbiage. Otherwise, they have the hyoid bone.
Do you have that, Robert? Do you have that handy?
I don't. No, I don't. I don't have it right here. But Ron Moorhead's thing, I can send you. I can have one sent.
No, I was just hoping you could play something from it.
No, I don't. Well, what was it, 2 years ago? We played it for
I remember that. That's right. But this audience, most of them would not have heard it. All right, listen, Robert, hold on. When we come back, we'll try and find out all we can about Bigfoot. We'll pick Robert's brain, then we'll open the lines for a while and let you ask questions. Pretty serious night. And somebody asked, why am I smiling with that map? Well, because I was on camera. That's why. We'll be back. All right, back to Robert W. Morgan. I want to talk a little bit about the nature of Bigfoot, and we began to do that before the top of the hour. But, Robert, do you understand the dilemma here?
Oh, absolutely. I think you're between a rock and a hard space in one area. However, at the same time, I think that even if they would be turned out to be humanoid, under the circumstances that it happened, I doubt seriously, because of the circumstance, and I doubt seriously if any prosecution would take place. It's when someone goes out and literally hunts Bigfoot, and knowing what they know about the possibilities.
There'd be homicide, please, sir. I guarantee it.
They probably would.
If we brought up bones that were hominoid, there'd be homicide police there, and then there'd be all kinds of hell to pay that I'm not sure I can pay. In other words, I know who he is. I have made a promise, and so I'd go down there, and I'd probably be slammed in jail or some damn thing if we got that far. If I dug up bones, the police would be there guaranteed. It'd have to be. There'd be an investigation, and the first question out of their mouths would be, who is he?
Oh, yes. Now, as a reporter and a member of the media, how far does it go that you can protect yourself?
I don't know. I'd have to ask a lawyer. I don't know if it includes that much protection for me or not. And I guess that would be a pretty key question, because if there wasn't, they've thrown, an awful lot of reporters have been thrown in jail for contempt. That's what happens. They, who is it? Well, I'm not answering. They put you in front of a judge. Well, okay, fine. Sit in jail until you decide to tell us. That's how it's done.
Yeah. But even if, I would appeal directly to Bugs, to understand that if these are humanoid, that he would have to stand, the charges, but the charges, as I say, I doubt seriously if anything would happen under the circumstances.
Well, but look at his thinking. He's 56 years old now. That's my age. A second degree, or even a manslaughter charge, which would be the easiest thing I could think of, manslaughter.
Right.
That would put you away for some years.
Again, you have to look at intent. There are hunting accidents all the time. And these things do happen. This man was a legitimate hunter. He made an accidental differentiation. He made a bad judgment call, no question. However, he's coming forward and saying, look, in the interest of science, I could have just left it out there. I doubt that a grand jury would return anything.
You're probably correct. But it would be a long procedure. It would be something to endeavor to do, I'll tell you. And right now, if I could just hand the map to you, believe me, I would do that. Are you listening, Bugs? If I could give the map to you, Robert, then what would you do?
I would go down and verify that they exist, and I would get the proper scientists behind me to make sure that we have a cross-index, that nobody jumps any guns, and we know exactly what the hell we're doing. And we'd make a verification as to whether they are humanoid, and from that point, we would have to take it from there.
All right.
I just can't. It's going to be such a monumental
undertaking,
and it's a discovery for science worldwide. It's going to rewrite history books, and this man is making a valiant confession that okay, I did something wrong, but let me see if I can cleanse my conscience and do something. These people that are buried out there are dead for no reason at this point. But at least they would have died for a reason. And I think there's just, what we could do is take this to a judge in advance.
You know what he's going to say?
And ask for immunity.
I'll bet I bet we're not going to get it. In other words, the judge would say, look, what if this is just the judge, I'm putting myself in the judge's shoes, all right? I'm not about to give immunity to somebody who may have killed 2 human beings and buried them and cooked up a story about Bigfoot to avoid a prosecution. I'm not going to give immunity based on that possibility. And how do you get around that one?
Well, if they turned out to be 6 foot tall human beings, Hell, you'd be right. But what we're saying is under the parameters that they would fit the description of Bigfoot, etc. If we actually drew the parameters, and the judge would say, all right, now look, if they're found under these parameters, then there would be no prosecution. I don't know. On one hand, the guy can just keep his mouth shut and the hell with it, and nobody knows anything. He has already done that, although he wants to wait until after he passes away. But he's a young man. You guys are chickens. You know,
yeah.
What are you guys talking about? Getting old? This nonsense.
Well, I mean, one never knows. 40-year-olds drop dead all the time.
That's true,
Robert. Not everybody is Robert W. Morgan. Some people realize mortality sooner than later, and it does happen. So,
yeah.
You know, day to day, we don't know. None of us know. All right. Well, look. I would I know you would. And if I could let you, believe me, Robert, I would. We'll see what Bugs decides to do. If he wants you to have the information, then Bugs, let me know. Otherwise, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do. Let's leave it there for a second. Now, a little more on Bigfoot. You said part of our, a step in our evolution is what you believe.
Yes.
So then, ultimately, how do you think a court would rule if we began to have all the solid evidence we need that there really are these creatures and that they're somewhere in between an ape and a man? Maybe not with the... he used an interesting phrase, with apologies, retarded, he said.
Yeah.
And so then, if these creatures are what you say they are, Robert, aren't they ultimately going to have the same civil rights and protections under the law? Hell, as rare as they are, probably more protections under the law.
Absolutely.
Than the rest of us.
A retarded person can vote.
Sure.
I mean, obviously, we've seen that in previous elections.
No, but I'm talking about Bill of Rights,
yes.
The whole smear,
yep.
And probably protections beyond that, because they're obviously fairly rare, right?
Well, in comparison to the human being, yes, they're very, very rare. Absolutely. But all of our history books, all of our anthropology books, our psychology, everything is going to have to make a shift because so much is involved here. The stuff, the mythology that we have built around ourselves, that we're kings of the universe, and all this other stuff. It's going to be a major earthquake, and there's going to be a lot of scrambling to explain. But these people, yes, under our Constitution, they have a helix. I think you and I have gone through this before, but for your new listeners, they have a helix, which is the big toe. This is only in humans. They have the buttocks that we sit on. That is not Pungidae. That is not apes. That's human. They have an articulated speech that you and I have heard the recordings come back, in which they actually repeat English words. Even
yes.
though they have their own language, they come back using English words in a proper way.
That's right.
When they responded, "You're not welcome," in that particular phrase, they were imitating what other people had said to them. That was cognitive. So here we have cognitive thought. We have the opposing thumb. Now we have the hyoid bone. They habitually walk erect. I mean, what the hell more do you have to have? Of course, humans have an interesting thing. Every time an ape or something gets close to them, they come up with a new oh yes, but we do this, The gorillas are not worth a damn. They don't have cognitive thought. I think that's nonsense. Coco has proven this many times over. So we're in a bit of a dilemma here, and I think of all things, and I have to agree with him, and I know you don't like to have your popo patted, but the fact is I think he gave this information to the right man.
Well, thanks.
Now it's your problem.
Yeah, now it's my problem. As I said a little bit earlier, to me, this is a terrible problem. I might end up burning that map. I might end up burning it.
I hope not. I hope not. But at the same time, I think it would be well understood if you had. I'm going to make sure that I send to you, if you'll forward it to Bug, a copy of that cassette of mine, because I want him to listen to it and follow the directions so that perhaps perhaps, Bugs, and I know you're listening, I can teach you a way of going out and communicating with these people passively. And something might happen for you, not to you, for you. And that's what that tape was created for. So I'll send it down to Art, and I'm sure he'll send it on to you.
Even in view of what Bugs did, you think forgiveness would be in their repertoire? That if you were to get out and near one of these creatures, as I know you have done, and you know how to do, that he'd come out of it alive?
Yes, and I'll tell you why.
With a new friend.
If they wanted him, they would have walked over at night and come through the house and gotten him. If he's that close to the river, and if he sounds like he's on a farm.
Have you ever seen them exhibit that kind of behavior?
You mean forgiving?
Well, that's a good place to go. Forgiving would be good, but more to the point, you said that if they wanted him, they would have gone to his house, and they'd have had him a long time ago, right?
Yes, I think that they have a long memory. I think that, I'll give you an example. In Skamania County, Washington, there was a fellow by the name of Sheriff Bill Clausen. And I got to know Bill a little bit. And there had been an elk hunter killed in Skamania County, not too far from a town called Cougar. And the fellow had killed an elk and gone over and fired 3 more shells that were not in that elk. And he was killed. He was dead. And that gun had been wrapped around a tree, had been bashed terribly. Huh. And a Marine happened to be in that area, of all things, a Marine, and he had seen something go through the woods, and it turned out that the likely scenario was that this fellow had shot the elk. He had tracked the elk for about 2 miles. He came up on it, and apparently a Bigfoot was there. He opened fire on the Bigfoot. The Bigfoot took the gun and wrapped it around the dang tree, or Bennett. Well, Clausen was caught. I believe Bill passed away now, so it's okay to talk about it. But Clausen, apparently, his organization was caught in a dilemma. Well, what are they going to say? He was killed by a Bigfoot? No, they said that he had fired his gun and that the elk had killed him. Huh. So what did they do? Another instance, not too far from there was a logger that had been chased, and after he had fired on a Bigfoot. And he had chased, and they hit him with a rock. It killed him after he had fired on a Bigfoot. And yet the other people went into that area, and they had 0 problems. Okay,
so you have seen or know of behavior like that?
Oh, yes. And at the same time, I went into those identical areas with the same Bigfoot families.
Yes.
And they left me gifts. So what does it tell you? They realized I'm different. I'm
not sure what it tells me. It might tell me a lot of things. It might tell me they're telepathic. It might suggest to me they're telepathic.
It very easily could be.
Or just empathic. In other words, they understand the intentions as a creature does intuitively. They understand your intentions. You know, I can, believe me, depending on how I approach my cats, they'll either take off running, or they'll purr and throw themselves on their backs and their bellies in the air so they can be scratched, right, and rubbed. And that's what they love. But if you come to them the wrong way, they can tell. They can tell as you're coming up on them. Stalk a cat and see what it does.
Oh, yes. Well, the funny thing is, see, this is why I never, again, I ask people never, ever take a gun or, believe it or not, a camera. Don't take it with you.
No camera?
No, and here's the reason why. What do you do with the camera?
You take a picture.
That's right, but what do you do with it physically? You raise it to your face.
And shoot, yes.
Yeah, and shoot.
Oh.
Get it?
Yep.
Yeah, how in the hell do they know what you're raising? That's a mechanical device, and you raise it up toward your face and you point it at them.
Good point.
Just like a gun.
Yeah.
That's why most people don't get pictures. It takes a very rare instance to get a picture.
Are you a believer in the Patterson film? You think that was a real thing?
Oh, if you'll recall, I showed you the other 2 Bigfoot in that film.
Oh, yes, I know. Right? I remember, yes, of course.
So
I'm asking you for the new audience here.
Oh, I see. I'm so sorry. What happened in that film? And, you know, they came up with this nonsense that, the suit had been made by a Hollywood guy. Let me tell you something. If he'd made a suit that well, with muscles moving at it, he would have sold that suit because Hollywood had nothing anywhere near like that, number one. Number two, if he was playing a joke on Patterson, how did he know Gimlin wasn't going to shoot him? Three, did Patterson do it? Hell no. He didn't have enough money for that sort of thing. He had enough trouble feeding his family. So number four, we discovered that because there was something wrong with the way that female acted. She walked away in the middle. She didn't run for the forest. That bothered me. And as I told you, my adopted father, Nino Cochise, finally kept pointing at and telling me, hey, dummy, you're looking in the wrong area. So we, one night when I was working on the eclipse and looking through it, I accidentally went off of color, and I was looking at black and white, and I scanned backwards, and I found the young baby.
That's right. One. Very clear, by the way.
And he's sitting down just like a little kid, and he's got his hand up around the thing, and she's walking away from her baby, and then we look ahead of her, and here is this male leaning out, watching. Now, hell, what is she doing? She's saying, okay, two white guys, follow me, and I'm going to take you to Big Daddy, and we're going to knock your bloody head off if you mess around with our kid. And it makes sense.
Yes. Robert, hold it right there. I want to open the phone lines here in a moment. If you have questions for Robert W. Morgan, then now would be the appropriate time. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM, all about Bigfoot tonight. All right, back to Robert W. Morgan. We're going to get you on the line with him here in a second. Shannon in Orange County could you possibly ask Robert to email you the complete description or illustration of the location of the child Bigfoot and male Bigfoot in Patterson film, and would you post that? Your website isn't up right now, is it?
No, it's not, but I can give you an email address. It's RWM, the numeric 4.
Right.
Big Sky.
At Big Sky?
Big Sky at AOL.com. RWM, numeric 4, Big Sky at AOL.
At AOL.
Yeah, and that Big Sky, that's Montana.
Gotcha. Okay, when do you anticipate you might ever get your website up again?
I'm working on it with Scott Zalesko at Artist First group. Those are the folks that are handling my cassette, and they're working with Steve, and we expect probably within the next week or so we should have our website.
Let me give you a good plug for your cassette, too. What's on there?
Oh, the cassette, this is the first half of it on the audio cassette is an actual experience that had taken place in Ohio, and I'm talking about this is recorded by Scott Church. This is a full theater-type thing. Otherwise, you actually experience what we experienced. The second half of the cassette, the other half, will tell you step by step what you can do. So you can do what I do if you follow it exactly the way I asked.
Which has come face to face with the Bigfoot.
That's right. If you handle it correctly. Now, we've had 16 people so far, and good God, we've sold over 5,000 of these cassettes. But it's very difficult. It's not an easy thing. You don't just go out and stroll for 5 seconds.
But you're saying you've had 16 people that have done it.
Yes, they have come forward, and they have told me. Now, I have asked each one of them, and so far they've all declined to have themselves their name revealed.
Now, see, there you are. Now you're talking about people declining just a witness report, right? Attaching their name to it.
Exactly.
So understand what the situation is with bugs. People can say, it's no big deal.
Sure. I have hundreds of them like that.
Wrong. It's a big deal.
But if they follow the cassette, if they follow what I ask them to do, and if they do their research, the chances are. And can I give the address on that?
Is there a phone number?
Yes. It's 888.
Right.
295 2787.
What do they ask for?
And, they'll answer the phone. This is Artist First. They ask for the Robert W. Morgan Ultimate Adventure, Bigfoot, the Ultimate Adventure.
All right, how much is that?
Hell, I don't know what they're charging right now. I have no idea. I think it's $10.90 or $10, I believe it is.
All of $10. All right.
Yeah.
1-888-295-2787.
Right, and they can go to the website directly, artistfirst.com. One word, artistfirst.com. Okay. And it's quite an adventure. It really is.
All right. I've got a lot of people who would like to talk to you.
Okay.
So let's rock.
I'm ready.
First time caller line, you're on the air with Robert W. Morgan. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
Where are you?
Lansing, Michigan.
Okay, fire away.
I was calling to ask him. I know that Bugs mentioned that when he first spotted the Bigfoot, that they had bright, deep red eyes.
That's right.
If they were human-like, wouldn't the eyes not be reflective?
Probably they would not be, but at the same time, I wanted to ask him what the color eyes of human beings are when you hit them directly in the eyes. Have you ever seen photographs taken, and what do you get out of a human eye?
It's kind of, every once in a while, you get like either blue or greenish color.
Or you might get a red dot also. It's according to the frequency of the light that you're using. I'm pretty sure that's what the situation is.
Well, he was using halogen.
Exactly.
He said they were using halogen.
Yes, he does.
It was like 50-watt halogen light.
No, 500.
500, something like that. Yeah.
Right. That's what he said, 500.
So any idea, Robert, what a 500-watt halogen pointed at a human would produce?
No, I don't. I can find out pretty quickly, but the ones I'm using are nearly, my God, they're 50,000 candle power. The ones I use. So, but I have seen.
Well, you got to remember that was in the 1970s, though.
Well, that's true. I have seen my members of my own party turn around and look toward me at certain angles, and I've seen a pink glimpse. So I'm not sure what to answer on that one.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Robert W. Morgan. Hello.
Hi, Art. What I started to say before was that probably just assume that they're already moving on you with warrants and just burn the thing now. You know, because you're going to get it again later. You know, ultimately, one last time, you're going to get a piece of mail from him through his lawyers, and if Bugs hasn't called back by now to say, you know, go ahead and give it to him, just get rid of it.
All right.
You know?
Anything else, sir?
Well, one last question. I need a favor of a piece of information if you've got it. Vacuum tubes. Anybody sell them, you know, underground?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, you don't have to go underground. They have they're antique radio catalogs. You can buy vacuum tubes.
Thank you.
All right, take care. Just look antique radio tubes. Enter that in a search engine. You'll find plenty of them. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art. This is Robert calling you from Jacksonville, Florida, WOKV.
Yes, sir.
First of all, politically correct. It's no longer retarded. It's mentally challenged.
Okay, well.
But my major question or thought is that I would hope, for humanity's sake, that this information would not be destroyed. It would be, I don't know if Robert has the financial backing or if there's some way that we might be able to contribute to get a team that would be willing to go down there. You know, could it be an archaeological dig or something like that?
Yeah,
for humanity purposes, I would hope it's...
I think as public as it is right now, sir, it is what it is. My dilemma is what it is. Period.
I just hope that some way, somehow, that these two beings or whatever could contribute to, like Robert says, that we find out and they would be protected in the future.
That's the whole thing, and I couldn't agree with you more, and I hope that this somehow comes about and comes to pass one way or the other, but I certainly applaud you, sir, for wanting this to come to fruition, and certainly I'm ready to walk out and get in the van right now. But
well,
we'll have to take it as to one step at a time.
That's up to Bugs.
That's right.
If Bugs decides he wants to trust you with this information, brother, it'll be on the way to you, believe me. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Robert W. Morgan and Art Bell. Hi. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I didn't push that. Damn, busted sticks. West of the Rockies, with a sticking button, you're on the air. Hi.
You got me now?
Yes.
Hi, how you guys doing? I'm calling from the Mount Shasta area.
Yes, sir.
See, I'm concerned about Bugs and his mental state of mind. He seems really, broken up about this quite a bit.
Yeah, I think he has been for a lot of years.
I'd like you guys to, if it's possible, jump on it as soon as possible to find out from some legal people and reassure him that he's not liable for any type of criminal wrongdoing. Maybe, Art, if you can, call him and get permission from him to be able to maybe fax that or to Robert, the map.
Fine, so Echelon can get it now, huh?
Well, I don't know. However you can get it,
They'd already have it.
But get, Robert's permission maybe to get him involved in that. And maybe, Robert, you could, try to reassure Bugs the value of this find and being able to...
Sure.
Protect those people in the future,
You've got to understand, sir, from my point of view, only with Bugs' permission. You see, I can't... My promise was a very sacred one to originally do this show, and that was to never, to anybody, identify who he is, or now, indeed, also where these creatures are buried. I've made that promise, and I take it real seriously. I've done it with a number of other things over the years, and I take it very seriously.
After what happened to a lot of the non-vets when they came back, I think that I can speak for some of the guys. It's awfully nice to find out that there is someone in America that they can trust.
Yeah.
Because they sure got the crap kicked out of them by their government.
Yeah, they sure did.
Yeah.
First-time caller line, you're on the air with Robert W. Morgan. Hello.
Good evening, sir. My name's William, and I'm in Texas. I'm a former homicide investigator. I was wondering if there was something that I could do to help.
Well, you've been listening, right?
Yes, sir.
So, if you're a homicide detective, you tell us. What are we looking at here?
There's always ways around homicides like that, if they do turn out to be hominoid. It's kind of difficult, but in the events that he described, there's always a defense to prosecution in everything. In everything.
Yeah.
And if you had...
Okay, but let me ask you this, Detective. If we proceed down there and dig up bones, and they're hominid bones, the police are going to be, you folks are going to be involved right away, aren't you?
Not necessarily. If you started out as an archaeological dig, it's completely out of our jurisdiction until we're called in to investigate a homicide. If the archaeologists think it actually is a homicide. Until then, the police have nothing that they can do about it.
Okay, so under Texas law, we would be protected to go down, exhume the bones, and turn them over to science to discover exactly what they are.
Without interference from the law.
Without interference from the law. That's pretty common in most states.
Wonderful.
Well, I'll tell you, most times I've heard when they turn up some kind of unidentified body, and it's obviously been human or it looked human, or they find a bone, the police are almost there always right away. From what I watch TV, what do I know? But that's how a lot of investigations begin. Somebody digs up mostly decomposed body of some kind.
Well, Detective, may I ask you, if we were to go into that area, would it be to our advantage to alert the state and tell them what we're doing?
Ahead of time?
No, actually, the only thing that you would need to do is set it up originally from the word go as an archaeological dig looking for what I would term as old remains. That's the way they do it here in Texas when they're doing Indian burial grounds up in northern Texas.
Detective, is there a legal definition of old remains? We're only talking about 30 years here. We're not talking about previous civilizations.
There is no direct definition of
old. All right.
You could be digging up an Indian burial ground, for all that we know, and you find humanoid remains. It would take scientists from any university that does archaeological work, sometimes months, to determine how old the bones are.
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't know. I don't know if I buy that. I'll tell you, Robert, I've watched so many TV I suppose he could be right if we weren't already so public about this. that you could proceed with what you would call an archaeological expedition.
Which we could under our the American Anthropological Research Foundation, which I already have. We could do exactly that.
You listening, Bugs? I'm not the one you got to convince here.
Yeah. What we should do is take that detective along with us as an advisor.
Yeah, that's right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Robert W. Morgan. Hello.
Hi, I'm calling from the Detroit area.
Yes.
And it occurs to me that one of the problems with this is that Bugs has already said that at the time they buried these creatures, they thought they had killed people who were developmentally disabled.
No, he said that occurred to them as one possibility, right?
Well, but anyway, they thought of that at the time they were burying them because of the way they looked. And this means that they knew they were doing something illegal at that time, as they understood it. It's just like if you hit somebody and you drive away from the scene, maybe hitting them was an accident and would be excused in court, but the fact that you left the scene is something that's going to get you dragged back. And so they buried them. That was the point at which it might have become a matter for intervention by the authorities, even if the rest of it sounded clear. And the other thing is, why don't you just send the map back?
Hold on. Thank you very much, ma'am. Those are all good questions, but I'm going to have to interrupt for a second because I've got to make a quick call. I've decided I want this on the air. Let's see if I can do this. Come on, doggone it. Okay, let me try and dial this number. Hold on, Robert. We're in the middle of something here.
I'm with you.
Okay, let's see. All right. Let me see if I can do this.
Yes, it's me.
Bugs?
Yep.
It's you?
Yep.
All right. I just say a few more words. I want to be absolutely certain it's you.
It is absolutely me.
Okay, I know it is because I dialed the number. He called me on a break on a special phone here, and Robert, he said,
"Give him the map."
You're sure you want me to give him the map?
Art, I've lived with it for too many years, man. I don't know. I want it exposed so bad, Art. I don't want to go to jail. I've got 2 young grandkids. I don't know what to do. Listen to that detective just now. Listen to Robert. I'm in a hell of a dilemma.
Yes, you are, but
I have not asked for one dime out of this. I don't want no money.
No, I know you haven't. You haven't written a book. You haven't done anything in all these years. I know.
And I don't know what to do.
Bugs, can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Sleep on it. Just relax. Just relax. You've already gone through a hell of a trauma here. Why don't we all take a couple of steps back and think this out? Because you don't want to hurt yourself and your grandchildren. That's for sure.
I have your email. And Art, you can go ahead and tell Robert who I am and give him my phone number. We can talk. I can trust him.
You know what, though? Listen, Bugs, I kind of agree. Why don't you sleep on it, and I'll call you tomorrow, Bugs.
Okay.
Because there are possible ramifications. I won't kid you. I
know that, Art. I know that. But it's been 30 years nearly. Pretty hard to live with something like that. And like I heard some of the listeners say, if this is what it is, then it's going to rewrite history.
Yes, it is. Bugs, just relax, I think, and just kick back, book out for a short time. Let me do some research on my own, and maybe we could even work an immunity situation. I don't know. Let me think too. Let me do some thinking also.
I would like to show it. I would like for you to have it, Robert, because I think you're a decent person. I think you're an honest person.
Well, thank you.
And
I think he is too, for what it's worth. Robert's a great guy.
And I know I think Art would go to jail and spend the rest of life in jail before he'd
release it. Yeah, you're right, Bugs. I would.
Who I am.
And I'd hate it. But I'd do that. I would never reveal your name. You know that.
I know that. But it's just one of them situations. I want it out so bad I can taste it. But I still have that fear. Just still have that fear.
Now, you're giving this to Robert under what conditions?
He talks to me first before he does anything.
Oh, okay. Well, I wouldn't, obviously, if I had the map, I would not go there without
we have got to make sure that I am not going to be in trouble.
Right.
I just don't want to do that because
all this is really going to do. I'm with you. I know you're 56, and it would be years, or could be. Robert, it's a consideration. All this is going to do is shift the responsibility from me to you, Robert. If you get this map.
What are you talking about? I'm holding your hand.
Yeah, that's right. But I mean that it is going to put you in roughly the same position I'm in. Because he doesn't want to get in trouble. And if after investigating, there's no way you can assure him he can't get in trouble, then there's no way you can proceed. Am I right, Bugs?
That's correct.
Well, I at my age, I have this horrible thing that happens to everyone. I have this terrible memory blanks. I have these things that happen, and I just can't remember where I am or what I've been doing, see?
All right, Bugs. All right, fine, good, I'm happy. Bugs, thank you, brother.
Okay.
Take care.
See you later. Bye.
Okay, see you later.
Sleep well.
Yeah, Robert, you stay there. All right?
All right.
Back now to Robert W. Morgan. And, oh my, the problems we run into. Somebody here, fast blast, Robert. That's it, Art. Thank you, guys. Religious interference just might be a heavy problem for you. You know, it's an interesting question, Robert. If we were to actually produce a being that was intelligent, whose DNA set it apart from human beings and made it a rather obvious predecessor to human beings, that would be a problem for some in the religious world, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. But at the same time, it places them in a problem, doesn't it? You see, I don't believe in defending myself. When I see somebody pull their fist back, I attack.
I hear you. I'm with you.
Yeah, and so my attitude is this. If we go back through history, Galileo, there's so many things that were stood in the way. Leeuwenhoek, when he did the microscope, they tried to put him in prison because they said that the devil was painting those little microbes because they didn't believe germs were in there because it wasn't in their Bible,
Yeah.
Well, neither is the panda bear, but for God's sake, don't tell the panda. These people are going to have to come to grips with reality as opposed to wishful thinking. And some of them, I think, will attack, obviously. But if the bones are there and the reality is there, I think they'll land on their feet and come up with some rational explanation that fits into their dogma. But the problem really is not ours; it's theirs.
If there was a debate, let's imagine for a second, Robert, that there was a debate about whether a prosecutor, for example, should pursue here what would happen if a prosecutor began pursuing it with pressure to lay this out as nothing more than a double homicide, let's say.
Right.
Let's put it this way, Robert. I can imagine such pressure for reasons beyond simple prosecutorial consideration. In other words, I see politics behind this. You follow me?
Yes, I follow you. If I were a politician, and thank God I'm not, but if I were, I believe under these circumstances, I would want to lead the charge to find out exactly what these bodies are, and I would reserve judgment. A wise man, if he doesn't know the answer, steps back and waits.
Yeah.
And
I think it's wise that we advise Bugs to do that. I think he should think about this overnight or more. Sure. And, I'm perfectly willing to turn over the information as he's requested, but I'm going to get a sort of a next day thing from him before I proceed.
Oh, next day. I would wait a week or so. Just take your time. There's no rush. Well, none of us are in a rush. I've waited too many years and worked too many hours and years to rush to judgment. But if I were a politician, I think what I would say is what we're after here and this is politically correct, is the truth. And that's the major thing. Is it true? No matter what the outcome is, no matter how the chips fall, no matter what the genetic code comes out of the DNA, all we're interested in, any of us, you, myself, everyone, we're interested in the truth. Anyone who comes out against finding out the truth.
But a lot hangs on that DNA test.
Oh, yes, it does.
And for one thing, Bugs has just finished telling you, as he told me, that if there's any chance that he's going to get prosecuted out of this, he doesn't want to do it.
Well, I don't blame him, and I don't think I would do anything if I thought there was any danger to him. What I'm going to do, actually, we should discuss it off the line, but I have a plan in mind, and I think I'm going to go to the top dog.
Yeah, we're reduced to discussing this on the air right now, but I guess that's all right. Look, it's all laid out, so we might as well. I just think, you mentioned earlier trying to get some sort of immunity from this, and I really can see going to a judge and trying that, but I can see the results of it too. I just, in my wildest dreams, I cannot imagine a judge offering complete immunity based on a story like this, that I thought it was Bigfoot's. The judge and the legal system, I guarantee you, are going to think of this more like double murder than they are as anything else until the DNA tests are back, right?
Right.
And once they're back, then either we've got, a double murder on our hands, or we've got something that science needs to look into. But at best, it's what kind of chance is there? Maybe 50-50 as far as Bugs is concerned. And if the DNA comes back the wrong way, they're going to want you to be turning over Bugs like now.
Right. Well, I think you don't happen to have Johnny Cochran's number, do you?
Let's take some more calls. This is not so easy. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Robert W. Morgan.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. How you doing, Art?
Okay,
Robert?
sir. Where are you?
I'm in Colorado.
All right.
Calling from Denver, and I was deer hunting about 4 years ago with a partner in high country buck hunt. And we backpacked into a wilderness area in north central Colorado, and we were there for 2 days. And we spotted 2 nice bucks, and we were preparing for a shot when the bucks spooked and ran up a draw. And at first we thought it was a bear. It was approximately 250, 300 yards away, and it turned out to be a Bigfoot. Jumped out, grabbed this deer, broke its neck. And the second one...
Broke its neck?
Broke its neck. And the second one came up out of the bushes. What he did is he had spooked these deer up to the first one up on top. They carried it over the hill, and I guess they presumed to eat it or whatever. And me and my partner were kind of freaked out about all this, and we were in there about 8 miles.
Well, first of all, I've heard reports both ways, that Bigfoot is a vegetarian, that Bigfoot is a meat eater. Maybe both. Robert?
Yes, they're definitely an omnivore just like we are.
So then this report doesn't surprise you?
Oh, absolutely not. They hunt for meat. They are, it seems like a primary vegetarian at first glance because of the greeneries that they do eat. But no, they're hunters just like we are, hunter-gatherers.
Well, they didn't like us in their area. 2 days later, when we got back to our humble, meager camp, one of them must have picked up a boulder approximately 2 feet in diameter and placed it in the center of our tent. And there was a stick in the trail that was broken off a tree, and it was forked, and it was pointing down trail. And this is kind of gruesome, but there was an eyeball with a stick pierced through it laying on top of the stick.
Oh, my God.
He's telling you it's time for you to exit stage left.
Yeah, once you saw the boulder in the middle of the tent, that's a real big hint there.
Well, the nearest boulders of that size were about half a mile
that's even
up the creek and up the ridge.
That's even a bigger hint, see?
Exactly. We exited that area.
I carried this massive thing up here, and I put it on your tent, see?
Yep. Well, it wasn't a fun trip. We weren't successful.
That's incredible, Robert. Again, this kind of behavior,
Oh, sure. Yeah, well, of course. And there's no problem. To me, there's no problem because there was no violence done to anyone. All they did was say, excuse me, this is our area. We'd rather that you leave. They didn't throw any stones at you. They didn't hit you. They didn't try to kill you. They didn't scream at you. Nothing like that. They just gave you a...
Yeah, but it's like the mafia asking you if you want to buy fire insurance for your store.
Exactly. Well, it was their hunting grounds, you know. We put up no trespassing signs. Well, so did they. I don't have any problem with that.
Caller?
Yes. Well, you know, we heard some sounds. The first night there, we heard it sounded like a mountain lion, is what we thought they were. Approximately 4 or 5 of them that surrounded us in this high country basin. And upon seeing that mule deer buck getting dispatched of that easily, and these creatures weren't small. At first, we thought it was a bear, but when it stood erect and picked this mature buck up that probably weighed 250 and put it over its shoulder, I would estimate that they were probably 8.5 feet tall, both of them, dark-haired. That's all we can tell.
Did you happen to take a look at the pictures on my website?
No, I haven't yet.
I would be very interested in your opinion of which resembles what you saw.
Okay, I can give you a fast blast later on.
Would you?
Well, yeah, I'd have to get off the line to look up the internet.
I understand. All right.
But,
Robert, any other questions for this?
No,
pretty interesting stuff.
It's pretty interesting because, you see, you were given warning that the 3 or 4 or 5 lion calls around, you know darn well 5 lions don't hunt together, so this means they were great imitators, and they gave you a message. The first time, by screaming around your camp, you didn't leave. So then they decided, okay, now you watched us hunt. That's enough of this nonsense. So they put a rock in your place and showed you the way down the trail. I would say that's pretty darn sophisticated. Now, a tiger wouldn't have done that, would he?
No.
Oh, no. No, he would have attacked.
And Robert, suppose they had idiotically ignored all this and somehow resurrected their tent and remained the night, what would probably have happened?
They would have probably tried to scare you by throwing rocks close to your head but not hitting you. They're not going to overtly attack you. Now, if you didn't leave then, believe it or not, they would have left. I go into their areas constantly. I never, ever carry a gun. I don't need it.
Well, we were prepared to defend ourselves, I'll put it that way.
Yeah, but you did beat feet down the track, right?
Oh, well, yeah. We picked up what we could and what was left over, and needless to say, we couldn't move that boulder.
Yeah, well, those are obvious, really strong signs. Boulder, middle of tent, eyeball, pointing stick, goodbye. So you did the right thing, of course.
Now, you see, a judge would not have convicted you or you wouldn't think so, had that not worked, you gone on hunting, and one of them would have perceived to have attacked you, at least put himself in a position, you fired, right?
Oh, no, I wouldn't have been scared about that at all going to court.
Exactly.
And I don't think they would have stood up in court, and I don't think there would even have been a court trial because I'd probably be a very wealthy man at this time.
Well, I don't know about that, but...
I'd probably have a price on my head from PETA,
maybe,
or whatever,
yeah.
But I'm sure
sir.
He would have been over my mantle.
Yeah, that would have been that.
Or a big museum's mantle somewhere. All right, thank you very much. Whoa, what an interesting story.
Yeah, that's not unusual.
So you've heard of hunting practices like that?
Oh, absolutely.
And you've seen them leave signs of because it indicates magnitude of intelligence, obviously. So
they have thrown rocks so close, right near my wife's head.
Well, throwing rocks, that's fairly primitive. Right up there with clubbing, but... Well,
I don't know about that, Art. Over there...
Well, if you intentionally miss, now I'll give you that.
Palestinians are getting shot for throwing rocks.
Oh, what a good point. So, anyway...
They're considered deadly weapons over there. You throw a rock at somebody, they shoot you.
Well, they claim with rubber bullets,
Yeah, right.
Rocks and rubber bullets. Look, we'll really get off. We start down that road.
I get you in all kinds of trouble, don't I?
Yes, absolutely you do. I'll go to the next line is what I'll do. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Robert W. Morgan. Hello.
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 Hi. This is Emily over in Hilo. On the Big Island?
Yes, the Big Island of Hawaii. Hi there.
Before we came over here, and then, by the way, that was a hard story to follow. Mine's not quite as interesting as that fellow's is, but...
It's all right.
We were in East Texas. My son and I and husband, we had a farm down in East Texas and in the piney woods. And we were coming home from school one afternoon down a country road, not very traveled, me and my son. And we topped a hill. And as we topped the hill on the dirt road, over about a 5-foot fence jumped this creature, and it seemed to be in slow motion. You know, he was going. He ran across the road, and he went over the next fence, and they were brand new fences. They were real tight. They were real high, real strong. And we approached it, and he was gone into the woods. So I lived about 3 miles from there, and about a week later, at night, my dogs were barking, and all night. And so about 3 o'clock in the morning, I decided to get up, go out, and let them out of the kennel. I walked about 25 yards, and I heard that exact same scream, yell that you've taped before of the Bigfoot, you know.
Right.
And I stopped dead still in the middle of the night, and I thought, oh, my gosh, what is this? And I had 10 more feet to go to the dogs, so I ran to the pen. I let the dogs out, and the dogs ran straight to the house. Well, the next day, I had a post in the ground. It was cemented in the ground about a foot deep in the ground, and that thing was broke off smooth at the ground. And I don't know how it could have gotten broke off. But the sound that I've heard on your program was the exact same sound I saw.
That blood-chilling scream.
Yeah, and also the creature had a shirt on. He had on looked like a blue flannel shirt.
Actually, you know, I'm not sure what sound we're hearing here. It was interesting what Bugs said. I'm tempted to. We'll get it on again. I don't have that first part. I want the first part. I'll try to get up to that first part. But is that what you, Robert, you would consider a scream? Is that a normal noise? Is there any way to identify what that noise means?
I would anticipate that is just merely a threat. It's a warning. It's saying, get the hell away from me. I'm going to scare you. I'm Joe Frankenstein. And I've seen, they practice, they do this, and it's like you and I when we were kids. Let's go scare somebody and hang out in the, I think they actually enjoy some of that. They have a hell of a sense of humor, these guys, and they're very good with kids. They're very gentle with children.
Sense of humor isn't well, that would be an instinctual thing. The care of young, all understand the young, but a sense of humor, that's a really human thing. Sense of humor is definitely a human thing.
Yeah, well, they seem sometimes, I swear, it feels like they're playing with you. Now, it could be, anthropomorphic projection of some sort, but sometimes they'll leave things and then they'll take things from you.
All right, ma'am.
Yeah, I want you to know that.
Like that?
Yeah, it was kind of a scream and a holler at the same time. But you guys are at the threshold of something that's been brewing a long, long time. And they need protection. But I know where you're coming from, and I know your fears, and I know it's a lot of, apprehension involved here. But it's real, and it's out there.
Well, but in my estimation, in a way, and I understand what Bugs wants to do, but he's handed us an impossible situation, because I just don't see, frankly, how anybody, myself or Robert, could go to the location promising Bugs no possibility of prosecution. How can we do that?
Well, it's something that you're going to have to work out, but it's got to be worked out, and it's got to come forth, and it's got to happen. There's a beginning, and this is it. It's got to happen. And it'll be okay, because with technology and DNA and everything, because something's got to be done. We don't want this killings keep going on and on and on, and they're completely extinct, and we don't want them thrown in zoos either.
Any idea, Robert, how many Bigfoot there are, or is that just a silly question?
No, I really don't. There was once a projection made about 2,500 in North America, but I think that is just simply a figure someone threw out. I think
somebody's guess?
Yeah, it was Dr. Grover Krantz. Myself, I would not even begin to assume. Because when I thought I was in an area with one family, it turned out that there was three, and I was stunned that there was one, and all of a sudden I'm finding three different groups. And this was in the central part of Ohio, and just right near a place called Alliance, Ohio, where they've had this meningitis outbreak.
Right.
Just north of that, I thought I was following one family. Hell, I ran into three separate groups.
All right. Hold it, Robert. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. You know, another detective just fast-blasted me the absolute truth, and it's as simple as this. If remains are found, and they're found to be differentiated from humans as DNA is concerned, well, then there'd never be a prosecution. But on the other hand, if the DNA were human, well, and then he goes ... and ends it there. Once again, Robert W. Morgan. Robert, here's a question. Comes from up there near you in Montana. Chris asks, isn't it possible that these two had kids?
Yes.
Now, if they were shot at and wounded and or getting away, wouldn't the creatures you have described seem to me that they would be smart enough, even in times like that, to lead hunters away from their young? If they knew they were being fatally pursued, they would probably lead them away, wouldn't they, from the young?
Well, that's exactly what Roger Patterson's female did. But I'm not sure that would apply in this instance. I mean, when you get hit by three Marines with high-powered rifles, I think your instinct right at that moment is survival. And the fact that the female stayed with him. But I think those children, and they probably did have children. However, keep in mind, he said that they had a reddish-brown hair. This would indicate to me that they were relatively young. So it may be that their parents, plus the grandchildren, if they had children, those are the ones that are keeping an eye on the farm out there. But a very astute observation, yes, and they would, if they had that ability. Of course, you know, myself, I have been wounded in the legs, and truthfully, at that time, I didn't think about anything except getting out of Dodge, you know. But I think that those Bigfoot just might have done that because of the Patterson film, primarily.
Gotcha. All right, here we go again. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Robert W. Morgan. Hello.
Yes, hi, Art.
Yes.
My name's Vinny. I'm in San Jose, California.
Yes, sir.
And fascinating show tonight. A couple of things. One, I think that in terms of protecting Bugs' identity in this whole thing, a possible strategy would be for you to be ordained as a minister in the Unitarian Universalist Church.
I know. I got that fax. I was so tempted a while ago. I was going to do it. I was going to send it in.
And I think it might be...
I was going to be Brother Bell.
Since you do act as a confessional in many ways with lots of people...
No, don't kid yourself. It's a talk show.
Yeah, but this Bugs was obviously confessing to you in the amount of emotion.
Obviously, he was confessing, yes.
And so...
but it's a conditional confession in the sense that we have to promise him we have to assure him that there's no prosecution involved, and I can't figure out in my mind how to do that.
Right.
Yet.
Right. But in terms of you protecting his identity, if you became a minister, you may be protected, from having to reveal his identity in that sense.
Right. Thank you, my son.
You're very welcome.
I don't think we could become ministers after the fact.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. The date would be wrong, wouldn't it?
Right.
Oh, well. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Robert W. Morgan and Art Bell. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello? Yes, go.
Yeah, actually, my main comment was about what these Bigfoots possibly are. For thousands, actually at least a couple thousand years, humans and Neanderthals supposedly coexisted. And, of course, people believe that they became extinct.
Yes.
Isn't it remotely possible, particularly as widespread as Bigfoot sightings have been all around the world, particularly in North America, that small patches could have survived?
Yeah, it's entirely reasonable, of course.
Yeah, and the reason why nobody can find them is, of course, they stay in fairly remote woodsy areas.
Actually,
Actually,
that's a pretty good question in itself. And Robert, that is, from what he said, you know, hardly any of them are seen. Very few are interacted with the way you're able to, you tell us you've done. All of this. So if there are 2,500 or even 2,000 or 1,500, we should, it seems like, have a lot more sightings than we do. Or are you not surprised at the scarcity of the sightings?
Oh, if you could see my files, I have so many sightings. So many people, Art, see the Bigfoot, they don't know who to talk to because when they talk to the media, they're made fun of, the people at church shun them.
That's the only thing that will really save me tonight, is the fact that, believe me, people are making fun of it and saying, yeah, right, Bigfoot, oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, and the idea, the whole thing here is that, believe me, there are more sightings than you can shake a stick at, and there are more people who have seen a Bigfoot walking around than what you would ever guess if they would ever be honest and just walk over and tell you, which has happened to me so many times. When I first went back to Ohio, I'd become pretty much of a West Coast and Florida snob. I thought the Bigfoot was only in the remote areas. And when the people back in Alliance and Canton and those areas tried to tell me, I didn't believe them until then I got an airplane and I flew the area and I took a look at it from a military standpoint. Could I take a platoon of Rangers from the shores of Lake Erie down to, if I had to the Gulf of Mexico without being interacted that much with humans? And the answer came back absolutely. I was stunned to find out just how closely people live, and Bigfoot lives in the proximity of what we call civilization. And they do very well because people don't want to see it, number one. Number two, they don't. How many people do you know go out in the woods at night?
Not
and if
me.
they do, they go out with a flashlight, and you can see them for a mile away.
I just don't go into the woods at night. Oh, no. I don't do that.
Actually, it's really nice. It's pretty nice out there.
I'm sure it's wonderful, Robert.
I'll show you.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Robert W. Morgan. Hello.
Yes, this is Art calling from Arkansas.
Hi, Art.
Say, Art, let me get serious for a moment. We have been talking about Echelon on the programs. They have satellites up there.
Oh, sure.
Say, they know who Bugs is right now. They know who I am.
If they want to know, they know.
That's right. They have satellites up there, and they're looking over that area right now, and they probably know exactly where those bones are right now if they're there. Tomorrow morning, they probably won't be there anymore. But
that's a possibility.
This is my opinion. The government is scared, and the government doesn't know what's coming down the line next. And it's my opinion, I'm telling the government, you don't know what you're doing. And the information needs to start coming out, and this is one of the best ways to do it.
Well, you could be, you could be dead right. He could be absolutely right, Robert. In other words, if we assume there really is government knowledge, for example, of the existence of these creatures, but for really large political, social, religious reasons, they choose not to reveal that they have knowledge of this.
Absolutely.
You think that's the case?
I know it's the case.
Then his point was they could have already intercepted these communications.
Oh, it's possible.
And those bodies could be long gone.
I would be damn disappointed if they didn't monitor your show. Because it's a wealth of information.
Oh,
I'll tell you,
they do.
On the south slopes of Mount Rainier, they had a special forces training camp. This was just about 3 years ago. They had so much trouble with Bigfoot in the area, and they were ordered not to shoot, that they had to move the special ops camp.
How do you know this?
One of the guys started telling me about it. He recognized me. I'm minding my own bloody business in downtown Seattle, walking along. A guy comes up and he says, "Aren't you the Bigfoot guy?" And I think, "Oh my God!" And he said, "Come on." He said, "Let's go have a cup of coffee." Turned out that this guy was in the Special Forces. He was there. He was down at the Fort Lewis. And so when he found out that of what my opinions were, I mean, he grilled me for about a good hour. We ended up having lunch together, and he finally told me, he said, "Listen, I tell you what," he says, "in the north part of the south part of Mount Rainier, we had to move our camp. We had so much trouble with them." Now, that doesn't surprise me one bit, because the diamond-shaped area, if you look at Mount Hood, Mount Adams, Mount St. Helens, and Mount Rainier, that was my study area for 11 years.
Gotcha.
So he didn't surprise me one damn bit, but I was so pleased to hear. And I said, "Well, you know, you guys," he said, "Oh, no." He said, "Strict orders, definitely. We did not shoot him. We're not supposed to talk about it." He said, "And you don't know who I am, right?"
Remarkable.
Yeah.
Greg, in California, doesn't specify where asked. Are we please ask Mr. Morgan what the average lifespan of a Bigfoot is?
I have no idea.
Any guesses?
I would say probably similar to ours, perhaps a bit less because of their size and the rigors of their life. I would anticipate that an old one would be 50 years old.
Do they build dwellings, and if so, what sort?
They would build dwellings that would be very temporary and would be only for emergency purposes. They don't, so many reports I've had of them actually lying down in snow, the snow coming down, and the farmer waking up and finding 3 mounds in his field. He walks out toward the mounds and they get up and walk away, because they found the insulative properties of snow, if you get under it, work for you. So they don't build dwellings the way we would know them now. In the winters, it is possible that they cache food and that they actually go into a semi-dormancy state. That the Russians swear that this is that they have discovered them this way.
Okay. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Robert W. Morgan and Art Bell. Good morning.
Hello, Art?
Yes, hello.
Yeah, this is Kevin, and I'm calling from Darrington, Washington.
Okay.
And I got a Bigfoot encounter I'd like to share with you and Robert.
Sure.
I would say back in the early 70s, my dad and I used to do a lot of high country backpacking with the horses. We'd go on what they call the high hunt. And we'd go look for bear and stuff like that. And now this is going to sound really weird. It was early in the morning. We had a campfire going. The dog was laying by the fire and everything. And I decided, well, I'm going to go down the embankment and I'm going to take a leak. So I proceeded down the embankment. And here I'm standing there doing my thing. And all of a sudden, I looked up, and from behind this stump, there was this reddish-colored Bigfoot. Looking right at me, just crouching down, looking at me.
Oh.
And I know this sounds
well, that'll break your concentration.
But this thing was crouching there looking at me.
Uh-huh.
And it put me in hysterics, and I screamed and hollered and everything else, and I tripping and falling back to the campfire, and that's kind of my story on that. But,
did you have time to zip up?
I don't even remember. But most of the ones in my area, I've been told, are like a grayish color or something like that.
Yes.
But this was red, and I got a good look at it.
He was one of the younger ones. It's like all of us. When we were kids, and our parents said, "Hey, don't mess around with XYZ or you'll get hurt. That's a dangerous area." What did it do? We went to check it out on our own. That's the young ones are usually the ones that are seen that way, the ones with the reddish color. The blacker they get and the older they get, and then the gray ones, they're a bit more wise. They stay the hell away from us because they know that we're dangerous. We're unpredictable.
Right. Well, I hope I can see another one because it was something I'll never forget. You know, I've told several people about it through the years and stuff. They think, "Oh, you're just telling stories." But so far, the only people that believe me is my family.
We'll just go out there and pee again and see what happens.
Well, I'm up in the hills every week, and I try to get about 5,000 feet up. And
there you go.
I'm up there every week and looking for anything that moves.
All right, sir. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Robert W. Morgan and Art Bell. Hello.
Hi, this is Dave from Rockaway, Oregon, and I was in the military. I'm a Vietnam vet, and I was assigned to the 25th Infantry, a Special Forces unit, And I know for a fact that I've been down elk hunting before, and I was using a 300 Winchester with safari load, and I hit the elk right behind the right front shoulder, the broadside, and it took 3 shots to bring it down. That's well over a 300-pound animal. And so what Bugs was saying is absolutely right on as far as I'm concerned about how many times you'd have to shoot one of those to bring him down.
Does that sound right to you, too, by the way?
It sounds right. I believe the man's telling the truth, and the thing is, I would suggest that he give too many clues out where he is. I bet you, with the clues that he gave out tonight, if I wanted to, I could go in that area, and I could come up either with a burial site or come up with another Bigfoot in that area, and, if I wanted to. Because he gave out way too many clues. I would suggest that you don't even play this tape or put it available to people because he gave way too many clues.
Unless, hopefully, he threw us some red herrings, which he may have done. He was an old Marine, and just maybe he threw out some red herrings. I hope so. By the way, did you train at any stage of your training? Did you go up to Fort Lewis?
Yes, I was there. I went from there to Vietnam. Actually to the Oakland Transfer Station.
Are you familiar with that area I was talking about on Mount Rainier?
No, I'm not in general terms familiar, but I wanted to tell you of an experience we had by a place called Old Station House in Northern California. Okay. We were going on our way to Nevada, and we stopped and rested back up against this fence in the woods. My friend had a .22 rifle, and he was out and just messing around. I heard him shooting, so I woke up, and in the car we had a .30 caliber carbine, and I got out, and he said something had jumped the fence, and he said it was big, and it was reddish-brown hair. He came back up the hill from where he was, and he had about a 2-foot strand, in which we still have, of reddish-brown hair about 2 feet long.
Oh, really?
I'd like to send this, I've had it since about 1989. I'd like to send some of this for DNA testing.
Yeah, Ohio State University is doing that now.
Send it to Art Bell, maybe, and let him...
Send me some by all means, and and send enough so I can share it with Robert.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to say that I believe the man's telling the truth. And by the way, Charlie doesn't have any reflection. People don't have reflection in their eyes. I've never seen it at nighttime. I've been in nighttime, daytime, middle time combat, and I've never seen a reflection from a human eye. I have from animal eyes. They're different, as we know, but not from human eyes. I've never seen a reflection. When you're with infrared vision at nighttime, and that's where it was developed in Vietnam with the microscopes or whatever. I've never seen any reflection of a human eye.
See, I have caught a pinkish glow air from time to time, but it's very brief, and it's usually when I've been using a halogen type flashlight at night.
Well, that's
but it's at an angle.
Well, that's what maybe a flash of something like that. We didn't have halogen back in those days. Yeah, like they do nowadays, and we had regular flashlights, and we didn't use flashlights. We were out there with infrared vision on night scopes and stuff, and we did a lot of recon. So I believe Bugs is telling the truth, and I don't blame him for being worried. Yeah. But I wouldn't suggest him giving it out anymore, whether red herrings or not, because he talked about the length of the creek and the name of the creek. And anybody with any knowledge and background like myself would go up there, and I bet we could.
Yeah, but without the map, I don't think you're going to find the spot to dig.
I know, but I just want to protect him because I believe the man's telling the truth.
Well, I do too.
You bet.
You got to do something with the story, Art, because I mean, like you used to say in Vietnam, show me the bodies. Yeah. And we believe we have it, at the body count, and they could be removed. There could be enough DNA left there.
Okay, I want to say this one more time so everybody clearly understands it. I'm living with the promise I made to the man. In the end, this is going to be Bug's decision because he's laid down this qualifier that we can't proceed unless he's not going to end up possibly getting charged with murder or get in trouble.
Yeah, we have to do our homework before he does anything more.
So with that promise, and you've got to understand it's a solemn promise, in the end, I think it's going to boil down to Bug saying go or don't go. And that's going to mean, is Bug sure enough in his mind that what he shot had so many characteristics that were non-human that at this point he's ready to say, I'm sure of it, so go ahead. It's going to come down to that.
I understand.
He needs legal counsel.
Well, thank you for letting me give my statement and story.
Thank you for making it. Take care, sir.
You betcha. Thank you.
All right, Robert, what a program, huh?
Yeah, we have some fun, don't we?
Well, I guess that's one way to put it. All right, the number for the incredible cassette that Robert has available is 1-888-295-2787. That's 1-888-295-2787. $10 or something, worth every penny. Robert, thank you so much for being here.
Anytime.
Good night, my friend.
I think we'll need to chat again soon.
Yeah, I know. Good night.
Only a few cases and dismissed most of them as natural predator kills, which is consistent with a pattern in the United States and other parts of the world officially also. However, one veterinarian in Puerto Rico named Carlos Soto was interviewed by Carl Ross for the San Juan Star newspaper and said that he examined rabbits killed last October from twin puncture wounds that entered beneath the right side of the jaw and extended into the brain. The wounds were said to be, by the veterinarian, the diameter of a drinking straw and 3 to 4 inches deep, which is at least twice as long as the longest canines on a dog. When he performed necropsies on the animals, he found that one rabbit's trachea and esophagus were missing, even though the rabbit's exterior hide had not been cut. And I have a case with a veterinarian report that goes back to 1989 period in Red Bluff, Nebraska, when exactly the same thing happened to a cow there. The veterinarian found that the esophagus and the trachea had been removed from within that cow. Now, as I reported before, eyewitnesses in different parts of the island have described encounters with different kinds of creatures, ranging from a large monkey or primate to the chupacabras with the big eyes to things that fly in the sky, leaving a very confusing picture. And even in the same area of Canovenas, east of San Juan, there have been different descriptions. The following excerpts from interviews that I did a couple of weeks ago begin with a family who all saw on the same day, last August, a big, dark-eyed humanoid near their house. First, you will hear the husband, Miguel Augusta, who watched the creature jump from inside a truck to the ground and over a 5-foot-high chain-link fence. Then his wife, Madeline, and her mother, who watched through the front window of their house as the creature stood about 6 feet away.
This creature is about from 3 to 4 feet high.
Esta criatura venía en una forma como jorobada.
This creature was walking in a crawling way. Crawling, like he was crawling.
Es así cuando se para aquí, da un salto.
It's just that way when he just stood right here, and then he just jumped.
Saltó esta verja.
Jumped over the cyclone fence.
Y se internó en ese pastizal aledaño al taller.
And he hit itself way up there by the grass.
De esta aparición que tuvo aquí, que mi esposa lo ve ese mismo día a las 2 de la tarde.
After this appearance that I saw him, my wife also saw him the same day around 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
De 2 or 4 o'clock.
Between 2 and 4 o'clock the same day in the afternoon.
Parada al frente mío, al frente del cristal como por espacio de casi un minuto.
This creature was standing in front of me for a space of a minute.
La pude observar bastante bien.
And I could observe it very well.
How far from her sitting here now to how far here?
Más o menos qué distancia estaba la criatura de su persona.
Más o menos como de 4 a 5 pies donde está mi esposo.
4 to 5 feet apart. And the thing that really impressed me was the eyes of this creature. And I get scared every time I have to talk about this. What? Because I have the experience eye to eye.
Okay. What? Is there anything she can compare the eyes that she was looking at to anything?
¿Hay algo que tú puedas comparar los ojos de este animal con algo que tú hayas visto en la vida?
Verdad, yo me río, pero es que lo que parece es, sinceramente, de estos extraterrestres que pintan en las películas.
Excuse me, I have to laugh, but it seems to me like, it looked like one of these extraterrestrial that you see in movies. The color of the eyes were dark gray. The eyes, the whole eye was like wet.
Here, what happened at the feet?
¿Y cómo eran los pies?
Los pies acá abajo eran como de una persona, pero lo único que eran 3 dedos, lo que yo le vi.
It's just like human feet, but the only difference that I saw only three toes. There was a lot of mud on the foot.
But it looked like a human foot.
Pero se veía como
se
un
veía, sí,
yes.
se veía claro.
Yeah.
Very clear.
Did it look like fingers that had claws?
Se veían como dedos.
Sí, se veían como
Just like
dedos.
fingers.
Just like fingers.
Pero con esas uñas, pues lo hacía ver como más, qué sé yo, más aterrador.
But the nails give you the impression of fiercely impression.
Okay, so with these, like a hand like mine.
En las manos como las mías.
How long would my nails have?
Como qué largos serían los dedos, las uñas.
Como así.
Okay, that's about at least 2-inch nails.
Como de 2 pulgadas de largo.
2-inch
Sí,
nails.
y eran con curvas.
And kind of curved.
Correct. The color of
Y el color de esas uñas, ¿cómo sería?
Oscura, eran gris oscuro.
Gray, but very dark.
Claro, también el plumaje.
When I started screaming, that's when my mother came out.
Al principio,
At the beginning,
yo pensé que era un canguro.
I thought it was a kangaroo.
Que la hocica es como larguita.
Because the nose was kind of, the face was kind of long face.
Pero cuando lo chequeé por detrás,
But when I saw the back,
le veo como un plumaje
I could see some feather on the back
acostadito como.
that were laid down.
Y miré a ver si tenía rastro,
And then I looked to see whether he has a tail.
pero no tenía
But it
nada.
has no tail.
Entonces ahí yo pensé que no
Then I
era.
thought that it was not a kangaroo.
Entonces eso se metió hacia el pasto que había, el solar lleno.
Then that thing just went through the grass on the other side.
Se escondió.
And he hit itself
Y lo que se veía era
on the grass.
A month later, in September, a computer technician named Juan Moratti was walking to his car at 5 o'clock in the afternoon when he was frightened by a different creature.
I had the feeling someone was looking at me, right? I take a glance and I see it, and I see the red big eyes, and I say, the chupacabra. And I got, worrisome, scared. So I kept looking to the car. I didn't want to show the animal. I had fear. So I kept walking. Then I took a second look, and I see right over there, you see the other one, the dry branch.
Oh, yeah.
It was right there. And it was sitting upright, not hanging down, upright.
What, sitting on that branch?
Branch, yes, upright. No, it was not hanging down like the bat. It was going upright. Then it was all black and non-reflective black. Like a bat, but non-reflective. But the eyes were really round. It was like a red Coca-Cola can, but really reflective, very glassy, the eyes.
All right, and what you're saying is that whatever it was appeared black.
Non-reflective black.
Except for the
eyes.
They were like a red on a Coca-Cola can.
Or a ketchup bottle, but really glassy, very reflective. Then I really got scared, so I kept walking. Without showing the animal, I had fear. I keep walking to the car. Then I hear this sound. Blah, 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 blah. I look again, and he's flying away.
And Art, about a month and a half after that sighting, a long enough time to not say there was a direct link, he's the man who found one of his pit bulls, a male, with 2 puncture marks in the side of its neck. I've seen the videotape. The dog is still alive. It was loud and barking when I was there, but the 2 holes did not ooze any blood or any fluid. And then the week before I was there, one of his female dogs also suffered some puncture marks in her neck, and his entire home and where the dogs are is enclosed by approximately an 8-foot high chain cyclone fence all the way around the property.
What in the world do you think it is down there? I mean, whatever it was motivated you to go flying down to Puerto Rico, boom, just like that. What do you think that is? What is that creature?
Yeah, what has motivated me and the people who want to be down there is that if we could get some of the tissue and some of the grass and do some of the research that we've done on animals, we might see if there is a common denominator to what we found in other parts of the world to start off with. And the second thing is, what are we dealing with?
Exactly.
Because this creature that the family described is a distinct humanoid shape that appears to be able to walk on 2 feet. She said that they looked human to her except 3-toed, with the second and the fourth toe missing, so to speak. Space is there, but that, whatever it is, it tends to go down onto the front arms also when it begins to move. Many people have described that. And then, here is this creature that this man has described, and it reminds me of some of the reports going all the way back 20-some years ago when the vampire of Mocha was a phenomena on the northwestern corner of Puerto Rico, clear to the far end from Canovanas, where they also found the same kinds of animals, chickens, goats, cows, horses, and rabbits, with puncture marks 25 years ago. But I don't recall, and if anybody listening has any contrary files, I'd be happy to hear.
All right,
but I don't remember any reports 25 years ago of this kind of creature.
We're going to take your address here and phone number in a moment. But I'll say this, and I think I said it to you last week when you were in Puerto Rico. Eventually, one of these days, Linda, you keep going to these hot spots where things are happening, and you're going to come face to face with a pair of red eyes.
And then what am I going to do?
I can't wait to find out. Tell people how to get hold of you, please.
Okay, let's see. I'll start with the fact that I do have a new mailing address because a new post office has come into the community where I live.
Oh, my.
And so it is now Post Office Box 300, and the city is Jamison, Jamison, Pennsylvania, and the zip code is 18929. And again, Post Office Box 300, Jamison, Pennsylvania, 18929. And the toll-free 800 number for information about my books and documentaries or to leave a brief message is 800-707-9993. Again, that's 800-707-9993. And my fax number is 215-491-9842.
Wonderful. Linda, we will look forward to hearing from you next week, and it'll be at a slightly later hour, giving everybody a taste of Linda Howe in the third hour of the program.
That's right.
Oh, by the way, I've got a surprise for you.
Oh.
You get to do the whole third hour.
Oh, I do.
Oh, yes, you do.
All right.
So
All
we'll
right.
talk to you.
I'll be up for it.
All right. We'll talk to you next week. Thank you very much. That's Linda Howe, of course, all the way from Philadelphia. And I thought I'd surprise her. You know, she gets a whole third hour. It's going to be a very, very interesting show next week. We'll be right back. If you suffer from... Take a break, and when we come back, it'll be Stan Johnson, the man who has spent part of his life with Sasquatch. He'll tell us all about it next.
From the Kingdom of Nye, we continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now toll-free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
Once again, here I am. All right, now listen carefully. The name of the book is Bigfoot Memoirs, My Life with the Sasquatch by Stan Johnson. Rumors of UFO appearances have long been reported near sightings of Sasquatch, as many as you know, I hope. As elusive as the extraterrestrials, the giant Sasquatch have remained aloof to human contact until they asked Stan Johnson. We'll find out why. To act as goodwill ambassador and tell their story. Accompanied with the Sasquatch, Mr. Johnson relates contact with extraterrestrial craft and interdimensional travel. Among the many species that Johnson met in the company of Sasquatch was, guess what? A six-fingered humanoid. The six fingers of the extraterrestrial recovered in the 1947 Socorro crash shattered the previously popular concept of the four-fingered gray alien. Bigfoot Memoirs was set to page and at press when the autopsy confirmed Bigfoot Memoirs' account of highly sentient life forms with six fingers associated with the extraterrestrial. So in other words, when the big story on the Socorro crash in the film broke, Mr. Johnson had already gone to press with his account. So it certainly underscores it very well. In just one moment, it's exactly that's 1-800-877-9799. North American Trading and one other item, and then off to the races we go. The Sasquatch races. It's Real Talk, and it's in stock at 7:30 a.m. It is the hottest electronic item of the year. The number is 1-800-522-8863. That's 1-800-522-8863, the Sea Grain Company. Now, all the way up to somewhere in Oregon, I guess. Stan Johnson, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, very good. Where are you, Stan?
I'm in Oakland, Oregon. That's right southern central part, and I'm about 70 miles from the Pacific Coast.
Very good.
Right in the mountains.
In the mountains. That would be actually Bigfoot country, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
All right, Stan, I don't know where to begin. I recently got a photograph of what somebody claims to be a Bigfoot creature. Are you sure, certain, absolutely positive, you must be, based on the advanced billing here, that there is such a thing as Sasquatch?
Well, I tell you, I would like to introduce myself.
All right.
I am Stan Johnson, as you know. I have been hypnotized twice. I took sodium pentothal once, the voice stress test once, to prove that everything I'm saying, it's my experience. Mine. Nobody else is telling me. I don't go investigate it. Nobody. Or nothing. They come and get me. And that's all my experience.
I guess you've...
come and get me to go. They'll teleport me up there.
You've had a lot of requests for radio and television interviews, haven't you?
I've been on just right now makes over 456 talk shows in the last 9 years.
Wow. Why do you think they picked you, Stan?
I haven't any idea. I asked that question. They said, because you're you. You will never change. I'm an old retired logger and rancher. I'm 80 years old. I still get around good because I have help from upstairs. So therefore, I go in, if I need help, I go into another dimension, the fifth dimension.
And that's kept you alive?
That's kept me alive and going, I think.
When was your first encounter?
Well, now we have to go back on that. Actually, most years I start out the other about where I met him up here. But the first time I ever met I was born in the state of Missouri, in the Ozark Mountains. 1923, I met what they call the Wild Man, which was the Bigfoot. Back there, they call him the Wild Man. My dad, my mother, everybody never thought nothing about him, because they knew they were around there in the Ozark Mountains. We moved away, and I got pretty well acquainted with him. I'd go over and get the cattle of the evening when I was 7, 8 years old. I played with him about 2 years. We'd put a stake in the ground under a big hickory nut tree, and we'd get 10 hickory nuts to see who could hit that stick the most times. He'd lay down so he wouldn't be so large. He was, I'd say, 7.5 feet tall and weighed about 325 pounds. He was very muscular, looked like a big basketball player. We left there. Dad sold the old homestead, and we left. We went about 9 miles from there.
Wait, Stan, wait. What did this creature look like? You gave me his height. Very muscular, you said, but...
Very muscular build.
Hairy?
Very, very muscular, like a big basketball player.
Okay, but I'm asking, was he hairy?
I mean, was yes, he had hair about 4 inches long all over his body. And not completely all over his face.
Now, Stan, if I came face to face with a creature like that, it'd scare the hell out of me. I'd go running the other way.
All right. Now, that's just exactly what we're after. All right. We're after somebody, so these people will come out and have their pictures taken. Now, I asked a guy that I was acquainted with, the reporter for a tabloid, I won't tell you which one, if I got him a chance to go up and take a picture, if he would put it in the paper just like they were. And he said no, he couldn't do that because that's the way they make their money. They got to keep them animals. They're not animals. They're human beings. They get married just like we do. They have families just like we do.
They do.
They pray to God just like we do, and they're vegetarians.
Well, Stan, I live out here in a fairly isolated area, but I do get around, and I've never seen one.
Well, that's the reason like you said, it would scare you, didn't you?
Well, yeah, something 7 feet tall.
That's what we're trying to do, get people to realize there's nothing to be scared about. They've never harmed a person in their lives.
No, but wait a minute, Stan. You said they get married, they have children,
I did.
Well, then we should be seeing some 7-foot, very hairy, muscular types.
Sasquatch means large, gentle being by the Indian language.
Oh, does it?
That's what they named them. Hundreds of years ago they've dealt with them.
No, I did not know that. It means large, gentle being?
Yes. Huh. And that's just what they are. They go in and out of the fifth dimension. Now we've poisoned all their food. They're strictly vegetarians. By the spray and stuff, and there's a big reward out for them, dead or alive.
Well, were you aware that Sasquatch was officially put on the endangered species list?
When was that?
A couple of days ago.
I seen that. Was that actually true?
Well, I could say something humorous and say if Dan Rather said it, it must.
Was he the one that said?
Dan Rather, who reported it.
I just caught just a part of it, and I just seen it on that. Well, that's what I've been trying to do. That's what we've been working on.
In other words, trying to get Bigfoot on the endangered.
Well, we're just trying to get the reward stuck off of them, and so they can help people when you get lost in the woods. They can help you and bring you out.
There was a scientist up in Washington, and I had his name.
Grover Clint.
Well, now, wait a minute. He wrote an article in a newspaper last week saying that he believes the first Sasquatch should be shot.
That's the one that he got a lot to do with this award I'm talking about.
I see.
You're talking about Grover Clint.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. And he said...
I've asked him to go on the TV or radio talk show with me and debate with me, and he said he would not.
He wouldn't do it. Well, he said then this person who shoots the second one ought to be hung. But he said for the sake of science, the first one ought to be shot. You don't think so, huh?
What I asked him, what if it was the last one on Earth? And he said, so what? We'd know what it was. Not what it is today, but what it was
What
yesterday.
it was, yeah. Yesterday, right?
Yeah.
And we could dissect it and find out about it.
That's right. So I don't believe that. Now you talk about all this other. I don't travel around too much because I can't afford. I don't take money for a lot of stuff. I'll make about maybe $2,000 off my book I got out. But that'll be about it, I'll imagine. Because I go do seminars. I will get, if I may say so, a place that I'm going to be in June.
Oh, you're welcome to, sure.
Okay, I'm going to be in New Orleans, Louisiana.
Oh, well, we're being heard.
Shirley MacLaine will be my host.
No kidding.
And we have, I don't know how many of the people will be there, and a guy that you had not too long ago, which is a very dear friend of mine, the Colonel Harley Bird.
Oh, yes.
He will be there. And we will be down there, and we'll be on CNN.
All right. I've got to get some things straightened out in my mind.
That's what I'm here for.
Well, thank you. Good.
Hi, anyway.
Well, make me understand. They get married, they have children, they live as we do, and yet we don't see them. Or at least we barely see them.
Well, if you see them, they have been several people run and hurt themselves. They have been people had heart attacks.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Well, there was a guy not long ago, a man about 52 years old, had a heart attack back up here in the mountains, not too far from where I live. Because one stepped out in the path, him and his boy, 14-year-old boy, not the Sasquatch boy, but this guy was hiking. And the man had a heart attack. The Sasquatch told the boy,
to go down, ask him if he had a radio in their pickup about a quarter of a mile away, and he said yes. He said, go call the paramedics. Just like that. I'll keep him alive till you get back. The paramedics, 2 of them, they said they seen him there, and he said he's all yours, he's still alive, and he took off and just vanished. Because he went into another dimension.
So their lives, the lives that you're talking about, they have being married with children and all the rest of it.
They can have...
These lives are in another dimension.
They go into the 5th dimension. This vortex is 3 miles from where I live.
There's a vortex.
Yeah, that's the door into another dimension. The lady that edited this book, she was keen down, her and the publisher, and I took them up there and I told her, take off her shoes and stand in one spot, and she'll tell you right in the front of the book. Said she was skeptic, but after she stood there and felt the sob and the quiver of the earth, which was the door of the time warp, and where you go in, that she was feeling.
Well, you've been there, Stan. What's on the other side?
It's a beautiful, beautiful. If there's ever a paradise, that's it. And every animal, human being in there is a vegetarian.
All vegetarians, huh?
And when I came back home, I started telling my wife about the color of the pathway, the big cobblestone pathway, and the big castle that was there. She said, wait, let me tell you something. She told me exactly the color of it, exactly the pathway, what it looked like. But she said she had never been there. She thought she had dreamed it, but she hadn't dreamed it. She had been there in her astro form.
Huh. So there's a door, and you've taken people to this door. Have you taken
them to them, but I can't take them in it.
You can't take them in it? Why not?
I haven't got that much authority, not much power to do it. Because if I do that, and I would, I lose all that I've learned and have got. I'm afraid I'd lose the power that I've got to travel. I can teleport, or I can astral. Well, I've been traveling out of my body for years. But, so that's the reason I've been asked why I didn't turn them in, trick one of them, turn him in for the money that's offered us.
That's a good question. If you could make
because they're friends of mine. They're just like families.
I know, but $1 million is a lot of money, Stan.
Yeah, but so is the love one. I love people.
Well,
I don't know. I think I got $140 in my pocket, and that's what we've got. We live on $900 a month.
We call them Sasquatch, but really are they just...
The family I know is named Aro family. That's it's got a big R, and then a small R, like would be Min Mac. It's A-R-R-O-W-E. And his wife's name is Nate, N-A-T-E. So kind of like Nate. His daughter's name was Lockell, L-O-C-K-E-L-L.
Wow.
And they can only have one child, unless something happens to the man or the woman. And then they can get married again and have another.
That's like the Chinese.
Well, yeah, I suppose.
So they control their population that way.
That's right.
Do they live in regular homes, as we know?
No, they don't.
No? What do they live in?
Up here, they kind of built a hut across down in the dry creek bed. And they're the cleanest people I've ever seen. Anytime they're around water, they'll bathe, and when they don't, you know what pennyroyal is?
No.
It's a peppermint family, like they put in dog and flea collars.
Oh, yes.
They rub their bodies down with that 2 and 3 times a day, because it grows wild in the mountains out in here. Most any mountains, you can find it. And when you walk through them, you'll smell a kind of a funny smell, and that's you're stepping in that on that pennyroyal.
Wow.
But anyway, they are, and then that hut was just as clean. They have fur barrels on the ground, and they left there in about 2 weeks after I stayed up there with them a while. And one night, in fact, up there, and I went back about 3 weeks later, and I couldn't find a sign of nothing around there.
Well, Stan, you talked to them, right?
Yes, I talked to them. They can talk any language you start.
Well, that's great. That's a lot of communication. Then, Stan, my question is, why have you not asked them? Why me?
Why me?
Yeah.
I have.
And what do they tell you?
They said because you're you, and always will be you. You'll never change. They meant because, funny,
Sure, I can use money. We got our place. It's paid for. We got $900 a month. Why do we worry about money? My wife's 75 and I'm 80.
So they feel safe with you.
And I know because Steven Spielberg sent a field man out here in 1987.
Did he really?
Yes, he did. I don't know where he's sent him or not, but he came out here and he had a blank check. We wouldn't accept it. I don't know how much he gave me.
What did he...
The rights to have made a movie out of this. So he wanted to make animals out of them like the damn tabloids do.
So, I've got a picture, Cliff Crook's picture. He claims he's got a picture of Bigfoot. I've got that. And it does look like a big animal. And what you're saying then is, this is not Bigfoot.
Well, I'm not doubt. I don't doubt nobody's word or anything about it.
That's very.
But a guy told me that was supposed to help take a picture a long time ago of one that was in a book.
Right.
I'm not saying what book or anything, and he said that it was touched up, and he was one of the best photographers around in this part of the country.
Well, the problem is anything these days can be touched up.
But I'm saying that these people out here, there are 7 species, but most of them, like the Yeti and those snowman and those like that, they're all going the same deal. But the Sasquatch was, put it this way, the Sasquatch was the first people on this planet. It's their planet.
They were here before we were.
Yeah, because they have one more deal that we can't. They have 2 sets of lungs. And when God built this earth, there wasn't enough vegetation, there wasn't enough shrubbery here, there wasn't enough oxygen for people like us to live. So he sent the Sasquatch down. And when it got where we could live, then, my friend, we're all space people, because that's where we came from. Now, Archangel Michael told me this.
Archangel Michael?
Archangel Michael, Lord Michael, Lord Gabriel, Archangel Gabriel.
What are you a religious person? Are you a religious person?
Not exactly. I believe from my heart. I go from what my heart tells me. My Bible is my heart. My church is my heart. I don't go to church. I am an ordained minister, but I do spiritual healings, or rather, I'm an instrument of it. Jesus and God gives me the power to do that. I do that. I had to be ordained because they told me psychic healing was against the law. So it cost me $25 for 5 councilmen and the ministers to sign the papers, and I'm in.
I see.
Blasted piece of paper.
You got to do what you got to do, I guess.
Well.
But once again, Sasquatch, haven't you wondered? I'm sure you've wondered. They say because you are you. You must have wondered yourself, how could they know this about you, that you were not dangerous?
Well, like I said, they had been watching me practically all my life.
Uh-huh.
I've never lived in town. I always knew there was something out there. My wife and I talked, sat out in the yard in the summertime, and something's around. What is it? Something, and we'd look up at the stars, and we'd wonder what was going on. Now, when I went into the 5th dimension, there was a fruit tree growing there. That big, smelling like fruit hanging down like a honeydew melon.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked them if that was good to eat, and they said yes. It was hanging right pretty down to the ground. And I said, they asked me if I wanted them to pick me one, and I said, absolutely not. I want to pick it. I picked and ate it, and it did taste like a honeydew melon.
All right.
Go back to the story.
No, we're going to have to hold up, Stan, for just a moment. We're at the top of the hour, so relax for a few minutes. I know you've got a cold, and we'll be right back to you. This is Dreamland. Has families as normal people. They do not live in houses. They're vegetarians. And we're going to find out, and yet they do have big, muscular, hairy bodies. And we'll find out more in a moment. Right now. Back now to Oregon and Stan Johnson. Stan?
Yep.
Okay. The Sasquatch eats nothing but vegetables. Vegetarian.
That's right, and they have an education for more. There's a 16-year-old girl that I have got her picture sketched. An Indian medicine woman sketched it by looking at me and having me to look at her and say that I think that she was this girl. And she has, her education is equal to about 5 bachelor degrees that we get out of our college.
Why not just take a good 35mm camera across with
He
you?
won't let me do that. That is one request. That is another reason people don't see them. They take a Camry. They don't want their pictures taken until they're ready for it to be took.
All right.
And that's the reason you don't find no bones, you don't find no hair. There's been nothing found of those people because they go right back into the fifth dimension just at a snap of the finger. As I have a deal here about the Indians where they seen them over in eastern Oregon just disappear right into the face of the cliff. Right into a cliff, and they couldn't figure out how. They went up there, and there was no hole or nothing. They just went in. Disappeared.
All right, you know where there's one vortex. I've got a fellow here from Bakersfield, California, who wants to know if there are other vortexes or doors, if you will, or openings into the...
Yes, this vortex line for the fifth dimension runs clear up in Canada and up in Alaska and runs clear over to the Hawaii Island, and from there I don't know where. There is actually 3 doors here, but they can go in anywhere. I can only go in one of these 3 spots. And at the Red Rock Canyon, you know where that's at?
Of course I do.
Okay, there's the Red Rock Canyon. There's a vortex right there.
All right. Listen to this. This is what somebody just faxed in. Stan, Dear Art, I can't believe what you just read for the introduction of Stan Johnson about Bigfoot Sasquatch asking him to tell their story. What story? Bigfoot is no more related to aliens than a gorilla. The common belief among Bigfoot researchers is that Bigfoot is a descendant of Gigantonopolis, a prehistoric ape. Your guest does nothing but cause people to laugh at real researchers. Sasquatch means wild man of the woods, not large, gentle beings. I have no idea where your guest gets his information from. Maybe the national tabloid papers. What do you say to that?
Because I hate the tabloid papers. That's what I'm trying to do. Prove that they're not. And I will prove it sooner or later if they'll take that reward out so that they can come out and have their pictures took.
So you think it's the reward that's keeping them...
It is, absolutely. I want to...
$1 million is a lot of money.
I want to get some reporter, a couple reporters go up there sometime this year, I hope. And we'll take some pictures, because they want to help the people. Same as the space people out there.
All right, but you are connecting them, and that's what causes this man to say what he said. He said, again, Bigfoot is no more related to aliens than a gorilla is.
That Bigfoot is an alien. He had his own planet up there at one time. Their own planet, and they was like we were with Russia, trying to see who could build the biggest bomb, and they blew up their planet. So the other planets, 17 other planets that's in our federation, we make 18... They went and picked them up, brought them on their planet.
Wait a minute. You said they blew up their planet?
They blew up their planet. It just practically burned up.
Well,
they made such a laser bomb of some kind. I don't know what that was.
Laser bomb, okay, but wait a minute, Stan. You said that their name means big, gentle people.
No, I said the Indians gave them that name.
Well, why would...
They were so big, we were gentle.
Why would big and gentle people blow up a planet?
But they're gentle here. They will fight. One of these guys got killed when in a spaceship trying to keep another spaceship out from here from destroying our planet. They're guarding us all the time.
So they are our friends.
But they're gentle people here. They're our friends. They're to us. They're gentle to the Indians and gentle to the people they're lovable people. That was one thing I told them when the first thing went up there before I seen them. I said, hey, I've got something I want to give you. I want to give you my love, unconditional love. If you'd please take it. If not, let's just be friends. And the guy spoke to me and said, we want your love. We've had it for years. I knew it. So therefore, they are what I'm telling. And the only reason this world ain't destroyed already is because of the space people, the other people on the other planets. And you've seen that face on Mars that they showed around. There's no face on Mars.
Oh, yes, there is.
No, they're not.
Well, then what is it?
It's an observation dome. The big dome. People live inside of Mars. They don't live on Mars.
People live inside of Mars?
Inside of Mars. There's a 475-mile-an-hour wind goes around there. Acid dust, blows acid dust. Just whirls around there 24 hours a day. But they have pyramids up there.
Well, I believe that we sent a probe to Mars, and we know quite a bit about its atmosphere.
Well, I've been there, sir. I've been inside of it.
It's hard to argue
Like
with
I said, it's my experience I'm talking about. And if people don't believe me, I can't help it. And like I say, I've had some pretty big talk at a lot of places. I've even been on London stations.
Uh-huh.
All over the world.
And you're saying you were hypnotized twice?
I was hypnotized twice, took pentothal once, and the voice stress test. I was pentothal because CIA gave it to me because I...
Call toll-free 1-800-618-8255.
A deal signed up. Universal law out there. The President Harding signed. And said that no one planet could interfere with the other planets during time of war. I seen it. John Lear had it.
John Lear.
John Lear.
Fascinating. You're much deeper into this than I imagined you were.
I've been into it. I mean, like I say, every time I go out in space, I go to Sirius 4. That's the dog star.
Sirius 4.
Seems like I'm going home. That's Big Dipper. On the Big Dipper.
Is that where they are from? Is Sirius 4?
The who? Bigfoot?
Yeah.
No, they're from, it was Santa Terra, I believe was the name of their planet they blew up.
And where is that? Or
I
what
haven't any idea, sir.
No idea.
Any idea. I have been and seen 5 other planets. And I knew that I was put out, there was a guy in Dallas, Texas, a radio station there, that I was on that got mad because the science said they couldn't figure out why that comet didn't hit Jupiter. I told them 6 months before that it wouldn't hit Jupiter. Because I was told that they would blow it up. The same way they're blowing up them things that, the lady of Howe that was just on.
Linda Howe.
Linda Howe.
Yes.
Said they blow up stuff like that before it hits the ground and it's disintegrated. They got a deal that they'll disintegrate it.
They, meaning Sasquatch.
Yeah, well, no. I mean, people from other planets. Mostly they'll be from Sirius 4 or Sitka or someplace like that.
And they are protecting things from hitting Earth.
They have to.
Why?
Because, well, let's say, you put 18 boats out here on a still lake of water. Somebody rocks one of them boats. That'll start a chain reaction, and it'll interfere with all these other boats. Anything that'll interfere with this planet will interfere with one of these other planets. It'll keep going, and it'll cause every one of them trouble. And we have we've done rocked our boat.
We've rocked our boat, huh?
We've knocked it off its axis by all the underground explosions and all that stuff.
Well, we've been doing that, the French most recently, that's for sure. All right, Stan, stand by, and we'll be right back to you. You're listening to Dreamland. We all know that information is what it's all about. And look, if you want to be plugged into the latest, hottest hard data on UFOs, I've got something for you. Get a pen, get a paper. It's called UFO News World Report. It is just brimming with the information you're looking for. UFO News searches the world to objectively cover the whole alien spectrum, from sightings, encounters, to alleged abduction. I want to take a couple of phone calls and let people ask you...
Go ahead. I've got a lot of people right there in Las Vegas is waiting for that.
All right. Well, here's their big chance. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stan Johnson. Where are you calling from, please?
This is Fritz from Phoenix calling.
Yes.
Art, you got to admit, this time you took a bigger bite than you can chew, huh? Well, Stan.
Yeah?
Stan, you're at it again. You're telling the whole nation about Bigfoot Daddy. Don't you know he has to move his family again? And something else, Stan. I think you should get the Nobel Prize for telling us everything.
I'd have to move what?
Bigfoot Daddy has to move his family again because you're telling the whole nation where he is.
No, he won't. All he's got to do is go back into the fifth dimension.
Stan, don't you quit? Don't you know when it's time to quit?
No, I'll never quit till I go over the hill.
Well, Stan, they're waiting for you. Goodbye, Stan.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
All right. You know that man, do you, Stan?
That voice, I think, I'm not for sure. Whether I do or not.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stan Johnson. Where are you calling from, please?
Yes, Lexington, Kentucky.
Kentucky, yes, sir.
Yes, I was wondering if your guest was familiar with the Patterson film and if he could comment whether
yes, sir, where's that, though? I knew him for years.
Is that an actual picture, photograph, and movie of?
It could be a picture of him, but if it is, it's touched. That's what I was talking about a while ago. But the guy that took that picture was, if he did, he said he did anyway, that done all the work on it, that it was touched up.
Oh, that one was touched up.
That's all I know about it.
Are you talking about the, caller, is this the famous, moving video of Bigfoot?
Yes, where he was riding the horse and was thrown and I think it was taken somewhere in California.
Yeah. And, so Stan, you're saying that picture was touched up?
Well, I'm saying I think it was. I was told it was. I'm not saying it was, I'm not. But I don't believe that in the first place, they tell me they can't be a picture took of them unless they want it.
Huh. All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Stan Johnson. Hello.
Hi, Art. Great show. This is Dan in the U District.
Yes, Dan.
Hope your mom got my fax before she left.
She did.
I'll just, one question and I'll hang up and listen, and this is an incredible show. They just keep getting more intense, Art. If your guest could tell us what his take is on the story of Frank Stranges and Val Thor and the crew people from Victor 1, and I'll hang up and listen.
All right, thank you. You know about Val Thor and all the rest of that?
Yes, I do.
Well, what's your take on that, Stan?
There's no comment on that. Because I know Frank Stranges pretty well, and I know I've been to a lot of his meetings. I spoke with him. I was on the tour with him and Tim Buckley. And he seems to be like a very straight guy. But I don't know nothing about Val Thor.
Mm.
I know there was one guy here. He was in the Pentagon, and they're still supposed to have his suit of clothes there, and they still haven't found no way to burn it, or to cut it, or to destroy it.
Odd.
But whatever it's made out of.
Well, it's quite a story you've got. Instead of Sasquatch, as the faxer said, being a remnant still on this plane, in this dimension with us, you're telling us Sasquatch has a whole other world in another dimension, that there are connections to aliens and all the rest of it, right?
That's right. Like I say, now they live just on other planets and mostly in the other dimension, in the fifth dimension. But we are in the third dimension ourselves. Science tells us that.
Stan, who gave you these tests that you took?
They were high professionals from college that done it, and doctors. And I had 5 people of my own each time. When I had sodium pentothal, it was given by the CIA. I had a guy. There's 5 people that I knew, good friends. They told me not to talk about what the government knew about the aliens and what their dealings with them. They told me they did, and it's there. There's a law in Washington, D.C. that anybody caught talking to an alien can be thrown in solitary confinement, and he will stay there for the rest of his life. He'll never see nobody, and nobody will ever see him.
Stan?
I came home. I told him I would keep talking. I came home. About 2 weeks later, I've still got the bullet hole in my door face. I was standing out on the front porch.
Stan?
Yeah.
The CIA gave you sodium pentothal.
Well, the CIA didn't. The doctor did. But he was there.
Directed by the CIA?
Yeah, but he had to ask. He couldn't ask just so many questions, and that was it.
Do you have the records of this?
I do.
In other words, they gave you the medical records of the test results and everything?
Yeah, all the results. And I have witnesses to prove that I've done it. And like I say, all I can do is just hope people will understand that there are other people out there besides us. There's people that's trying to help us. And you're talking about the crop circles. I have 5. There's 5 crop circles in less than 3 city blocks of where I live, in the mountains up here and down in the flat valley. Some of them's been there for over 1886. I traced back, burnt in the ground.
So you think you live in this other dimension, Stan? Is there a parallel physically? In other words, when you move into the 5th dimension from there and where you are in Oregon,
Mm-hmm.
Is the other side very much the same from a climatic point of view, a physical point of view? The foliage, is it similar?
Similar, it is in a way, but when you go in, I weighed about approximately 190 pounds, and in there it seemed like I weighed about 100 pounds because it's lighter. The air is lighter. I had a little trouble breathing for a few minutes.
Uh-huh.
And another thing,
what about
when you go through that door, you better not have no metal whatever. They got me a jumpsuit to put on, and you'll burn up because it's a static.
Sort of the same rules as one has with the microwave. All right, Stan, stand by. And we'll come back to you and take calls for about another half hour here in just a moment. You're listening to Stan Johnson, who's been to the fifth dimension and back many times. More in a moment. Back to the lines for you and let what they have to say. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, how you doing, Art? This is Louisiana.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I wanted to ask two quick questions. What's the most he's ever seen of these beings at one time? And are their sexual organs similar to humans?
All right. Both good questions. Are they is their world as populated? How many have you ever seen at one time?
I've seen 7 at one time.
7.
7, and they are, I don't know, there's several thousand all over the United States. And all over the world, like I say, there's there's 7 species of them. They're different type, like they're white, and then there's a brown colored one, and then there's some yellow color, their hair. But these up here is mostly brown, or dark brown. They look black at a distance.
How often do you see them?
Now I haven't, I've been pretty busy here lately, and I haven't, because I got to stay here and watch the telephone all the time on account of the book when they're calling in from other radio stations where I gave out the book. But anyway, I haven't talked to them now for about, I'd say 6 weeks.
6 weeks. And the other question about their sexual organs, are they similar to humans?
They're just exactly the same.
Okay. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stan Johnson. Hello. Oh, I've got to push the button. West of the Rockies, now you're on the air with Stan Johnson. Hello.
Yes, hello. Art Bell?
Yes.
Good evening. This is great. Stan Johnson. The Only Planet of Choice. It's a book. And it talks about somebody by the name of Tom representing the Council of Nine. And they talk about extraterrestrials and that we were out there, now we're here. Do you have a comment on that book?
Do I have what?
Do you have a comment on that book, he said?
I haven't read it.
Yeah. Well, it talks a lot about what you're talking about, that we're not from here and...
Well, we're not from here because we was brought down. The Indians took the United States, black people took Africa, and so on like that. That's how we got separated. There was used to at one time there was 17 other planets up there, and there was all one nationality on each planet. But now they migrate backward and forth just like the United States. They've got all kind of nationalities.
Well, who brought us here? They brought us here?
God did.
God did.
God had us put down here. Archangel Michael was the one that helped finish the planet. That's why he got the name architect, because he went and got some angels and made the architects out of them.
Architectural angels.
That's why they're called archangels.
Archangels.
Look it up in the Bible and you'll find it there.
I see. Wild card line, you're on the air with Stan Johnson. Hello.
Hi, Art. I enjoy the show. With all due respect to Mr. Johnson, I feel that you could have gotten a better person to represent the subject. That's all I have to say.
All right, thanks for the call.
Thanks, sir.
Stan, I've got to kind of agree with him in a way. I'm a little concerned about the the way you're presenting this, tying it up with aliens that are protecting us in the fifth dimension, and it all seems awfully wild to me.
Well, how is it that so many people have seen spaceships and seen stuff like that? Are they all liars, too?
No,
so many people say they've been abducted. Are they liars?
Well, there's no way.
I have no reason.
Okay,
I have no reason to do this.
Stan, there's no
money off of it.
Well, yes, you are. You wrote a book.
Oh my God! I spent several $1,000s till we were broke to going and doing seminars on my own. I went to Washington. I came to Nevada there one time. I went to Phoenix, Arizona. I paid every damn thing out of my own pocket.
Why? Well, the question is why, Stan? Why would you do that?
Because I have friends up here that which people out there call animals. I want to get them brought out so that they can prove that they're not animals. They're human beings. The space people, they'd better wake up and better take heed. And like I said, the government has been dealing with these people for years and years and kept us hid. If you remember, Eisenhower met with them on the golf course in Palm Springs, California. And it's a very documented fact.
I've never seen that document.
Well, it is. It's there. Get a hold of Don Lear or Bill Cooper.
I know them both.
So either one of them can give you that. Look at Bill Cooper. He's been shot at 3 or 4 times because he's putting that out.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stan Johnson. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Shane Lexington.
From where?
Lexington.
Yes, sir.
And I just wanted to raise a couple points about what Stan's saying. He's totally ignoring physics. I mean, he's using the fifth dimension as if it's, a three-dimensional. He's describing the fifth dimension, with three-dimensional creatures existing in it. And, I mean, that's not even possible. It's like a contradiction. I'm a physics student, by the way. And
all right, so you're saying, should there be a fifth dimension, it would not have any relationship that we understand to where we are now in the third.
Exactly, or will it really 4 dimensions, including time? It'd be like a 2-dimensional creature trying to comprehend a 3-dimensional creature, which is totally impossible. I mean, it's not perceivable to the human mind. I mean, well, it's a 3-dimensional being. And another thing, what he's describing is hyperspace, traveling, from at such far distances and, such little amount of time, vortexes and such.
Yes.
And that would take the equivalent energy of like 1 million times the energy our sun can produce. And I mean, I just don't see where that's possible. I mean, not yet anyway.
Well, you're saying on the one hand that travel would be possible given a certain amount of energy.
Yeah, theoretically it is, yeah.
Theoretically.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I appreciate your call. He says, from a physics point of view, Stan, it can't be.
But I don't know. Like I said, I have a 7th grade education. I don't know anything about that physics, but I do know that I can travel thousands and thousands of miles with their help in about 5 to 10 seconds because you travel by thought and mind alone. And that's how now they run a lot of their spaceships. They put a helmet on their head or a strap around their head deal, and they think about where they're going, and that's where they're going. In the Bible, there's one place that says man will learn to travel by thought alone. I had a Catholic priest to tell me that, and I have had a lot of them coming and congratulate me on what I said about where we came from.
Well, actually, on that score, you're not very far off at all. As a matter of fact, right now, Stan, they are testing helmets for our jet fighters that, in fact, allow aircraft to be manipulated by thought alone. Stay right where you are, Stan. We'll be right back to you. This is Dreamland. While Republicans and Democrats bicker over whose fault it is the national debt's got so big so fast, the debt itself continues to grow by more than, get this, $100 billion every single 24 hours. 100 days of talking about balancing the budget without doing it. Well, that adds another $100 billion to the national debt. Imagine that. $100 billion piles onto the debt every 3 months. America, wake up. It's a ticking time bomb. We do not have until 2002, the year Congress says it hopes to have the budget balanced. Responsible money people know we're headed for one of 3 scenarios. Either income taxes must more than double in the next 7 years, Treasury will default on bonds, or printing press money will be used to pay back bondholders, setting off runaway inflation. We challenge any financial planner, stockbroker, or government official to prove otherwise. The evidence is growing fast. The dollar is headed for a historic devaluation. Who'll bail us out? How will your savings be affected? Can you protect yourself? For a free factual report, call North American Trading at 1-800-877-9799. Get the facts. Call now. 1-800-877-9799. Hard water. It's a big problem here in Pahrump. It's a big problem everywhere. I don't care where you are. If you've got hard water, you've got problems. You're paying more than you have to just to heat the water, putting up with decreased water pressure, poor sudsing, and you've got that ugly white stuff everywhere. Got your faucets, plugging your shower head, and that unending toilet bowl ring. Well, my wife and I don't have that problem anymore. About a year and a half ago, we had GMX water conditioning installed in our home. No salt, no filters, no electricity, no maintenance, no hidden ongoing costs. Our water no longer feels hard, and yet all the healthy minerals are still in it. Scientists call it magnetohydrodynamics, a big word for a simple process. GMX even dissolves the scaling you already have in all for just $600. Comes with a 90-day no-hassle money-back guarantee, lifetime warranty, so how can you go wrong? Get ready for water that doesn't feel hard. Just call 1-800-4060-GMX and order today. You won't be sorry. That number is 1-800-4060-GMX. All right, let's try and reconnect here with the fifth dimension. Stan?
Yep.
Okay. Let's take a couple more calls here, Stan, and see what people are saying. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stan Johnson. Hi. Hello there?
Yes.
You're on the air, sir. Where are you?
From Duluth, Minnesota.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Oh.
Yes.
Duluth, Minnesota.
Yes, I got that. Go ahead, sir.
All right, I'd like to know if you knew of any other people that.
Yes.
Where'd you go?
I don't know. Sir, why do you keep stopping? Ask your question.
Because it's.
Goodbye. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stan Johnson. Hello.
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 Yes. Is this the Sam Johnson on the...
Stan Johnson, yes.
Okay. I had a couple comments. One was, I thought it was supposed to be about Bigfoot, and I have a thing about that an encounter about 1994 in the summer in the Cascades.
Yep.
Hello.
They're there.
And it was there were two objects there. I had a 40-pound backpack. It was up by Trout Lake and Big Heart and Little Heart Lake in the North Cascades. And it was about a 6 or 8 hour hike back there. And I never said this out publicly, but anyway, I saw these two objects. I thought they were bears, because they were down on their all fours. And it turned out to be, and then I sat down to rest a little bit, and I saw these objects, and then all of a sudden I saw them stand up, and I thought it was bears standing up in their hind paws. They were about, I imagine, 200, 300 feet away. And so, anyway, after they had left, they walked away, and they were, like I say, about 6.5 feet, maybe 5.5 feet, something like that. So, when I got my courage up, I went over to where they were to see what they were doing. And there were some wild strawberries and stuff there. And they were kind of dark brownish color. They were not bears, definitely not bears, because I've shot bears before. And I was scared out of my pants. But I think is this Sam Johnson I'm talking to?
It's Stan Johnson, sir.
I'm sorry. Well, anyway, I think that that's a little far out, the fifth dimension. I think it's a long way out, and I wish that we could have more anecdotal explanations, just like, call-in people like I'm doing myself.
All right. Well, we'll get to that here shortly. And if it comforts you, I agree with you. I think it sounds far out to me, too. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stan Johnson. Hello.
Doc Bell.
Yes.
I love your show, man. I listen to it every week and every night. If we're playing Truth or Trash, it's trash. Have a good night, pal.
Yeah, I see it. We'll see it. Stan, they don't believe you.
I can't help what they believe, but like I say, if it's true, and they're talking about, why do they believe that we're in the third dimension? Because, that's the same, when I was up there in the fifth dimension, I asked them where I was at. Said I was standing right in my front yard.
Stan,
I couldn't believe that either.
Stan,
how could I be standing in my front yard and not see my house?
Stan, I don't think that it's necessarily that people don't believe, for example, that there are other dimensions, because I believe that may be possible.
No. Well, why?
I don't think it's that people don't believe that there may be aliens or creatures from elsewhere, because that's possible.
You know, why are they?
Now, Stan, let me finish, please.
First class.
Stan.
Yeah.
Let me finish, please.
Yeah.
I don't think that it's that they don't believe necessarily in any of these things that you're talking about. The alternative world, the Sasquatch, UFOs, aliens, different dimensions. It's just that you have sort of tied everything together. You know, you have taken the most difficult to believe of all and tied them together, it seems like.
But they are together.
Well, obviously that's what you're saying, but that's what I think people are responding to and what I'm responding to when I say it sounds pretty far-fetched.
Are you afraid to think that they're together?
No, Stan, I'm not.
Well, that's what the people are, I think, out there. Are afraid to, really afraid to admit it. They're afraid of the unknown. I was.
Well, yes, people are afraid, perhaps, of the unknown, but we deal with that on a regular basis on this program. It's the meat and potatoes of this program.
What I was trying to say is, why are these people going to pay my plane ticket and a hotel room and everything to get me back there, and they know me? Shirley MacLaine knows me, and all of them people knows me. Why are they going to do that? If they don't believe that I am telling the truth.
Well, do you show people the records of the tests you've taken?
No, I've never showed anybody the records of them. Well, just a few people right here in Oregon where I live, my group that I'm with.
Uh-huh. Why not? I would think that would be...
Because they told me that wasn't necessary. If they can't believe me, then they've got to believe... Why believe something on paper? They got to believe that I'm who I am. I got to sell myself to the people, not my book or anything. I got to tell myself that I am truthful. I have no reason to. You're talking about the book. I won't make nothing off of that book. I'm in the hole by doing it.
Well, I can believe that. No, I do believe it, Stan. And I believe, actually, that you believe what you're saying as well. And then you go beyond that, and you say that all of this is achieved through astral or out-of-the-body travel, right?
No, I didn't say that. I said I traveled out of the body.
Well, right.
I've traveled out of my body for years and years. That's easy. Everybody do. You do it if you dream. But that's how you go places. When you dream, you leave your body. But you control it.
I don't know about that. I've had a lot of dreams, but I don't know that I've left my body, Stan. I can't say I've left my body.
How do you dream about being someplace else?
Well, I think there is a scientific explanation for what dreams are. We don't fully understand them, but it does not automatically mean we are where we dream about.
But anybody can leave their body if they just try it hard enough, and you got to concentrate and completely go relaxed and meditate and do it.
Well, I'm as close as I ever have been.
See, I can tell you right now, I don't take drugs, never have. I don't drink. I'm not a drinker, or I don't even smoke or nothing.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stan Johnson. Hello.
Stan, hello. I'd like to say that I'd like to encourage Stan to keep telling the truth, and everything he says rings true. And I appreciate what he's doing, and I appreciate the risks he's taking.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Arizona.
Arizona. And you say this because of what? You say this because you know what he says is so? You've experienced it?
I have experiences that correlate with what he's saying, and when someone tells the truth, you can tell if you know what you're listening for. And what he says is true. I would also like to say that in physics, there are an infinite number of two-dimensional spaces in three-dimensional space, which correlates there are an infinite number of three-dimensional spaces in fourth and fifth-dimensional space.
All right. Well, gone beyond me. I understand the third dimension. I'm not sure I understand the fifth, or segments within each one of them. I'm not sure what you mean.
Can you imagine a cube?
Yes.
Well, then split that into planes. Those are two-dimensional spaces.
Oh, I see.
So if you take that a step higher, there's an infinite number of three-dimensional in a fourth or fifth dimension.
Mm-hmm. All right, very good. Thank you very much. So there's a little support for you, Stan. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stan Johnson.
Well, good morning. That is good evening to you, gentlemen. And I'm calling from Fresno, California, in the San Joaquin Valley, Mr. Bell and Mr. Johnson.
All right.
Okay, I agree with Mr. Johnson. You don't have to be a scientist or a celebrity to experience the unknown or the paranormal. But what I'd like to ask you, Mr. Bell, and you, Mr. Johnson, if you have experienced all these things, which you probably have, wouldn't you succumb to severe shock or a heart attack like the next person?
All right, that is a good question, Stan. Why didn't you mentioned somebody had a heart attack. How did you live through it, fright-wise?
How did I what?
How did you live through it, fright-wise? In other words, why didn't you have a heart attack and drop dead?
Why should I? I wasn't afraid of them. I haven't never been afraid of them. I didn't have a heart attack. Another man did.
All right, I understand that. But why were you not afraid? It would be a normal human...
Because I don't know. I expected it, seemed like. It seemed like it happened every day to me. I mean, it was just another thing. It wasn't no more me to walk up to them. It was another man up there, another person in the woods.
All right, Stan, listen, we're going to move on and do an hour of open line talk. I'm going to give you an opportunity, though, to plug your book. It's called Bigfoot Memoirs, My Life with Sasquatch. Where do people... Wildflower Press, right?
Well, they order from me.
They order from you?
Yeah, they order from me. They can get it better if they order it from me, because I'll autograph it and put in what they say, what they want to...
So you'll send them an autographed version?
Yeah,
All right, what is the number there, Stan?
It's Stan Johnson, 6059 State Highway 138 West. That's Oakland, Oregon. 97462. Or they can call me at 541. They just changed their area code.
Yeah, I know, 541.
459-3109. And the book is $12.50, postpaid.
Okay, Stan, it has been a pleasure having you on the air, and I thank you. I didn't necessarily buy everything that Stan had to say, I must say, but we'll be back with open lines in a moment. Out of patrol shortly after the sightings. As yet, no debris from any exploded objects has been found. So there you have it. That's kind of the latest news and a lot of what we're working on. We will continue to try to find, for your edification, a guest with regard to Bigfoot. It is something I'm following very carefully. I have got Cliff Crook's photograph of Bigfoot. And, of course, you never have any way of truly judging anybody. I think the problem with Stan was, as I suggested to him on the air, that any one of these individual things that he talked about might be explored by themselves, but he has strung so many things together that the probability and the credibility of the way it was presented suffered, as did we all. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, my name's Joaquin. I'm calling from Phoenix.
Hi.
Hi. And I was going to comment that back in '87, the Virgin Mary appeared on Bayside, New York, and said that if people didn't repent from the way we're living, that she called it a ball of fire. This was before Hale-Bopp was discovered, that a ball of fire would hit the earth. I was wondering if you could comment on that.
Well, I really can't because I have no way of substantiating it. However, there's yet more news, and it has to do with a new comet that has been discovered. And I informed the audience about this last week, and a lot of people said, you're crazy as a loon. Well, I'm not. It is a new comet, and as a matter of fact, it's going to turn out to be brighter, we understand, than even Hale-Bopp is forecast to be.
This was discovered by a Japanese man using a pair of binoculars. Believe it or not, it is the truth. And it's called, it's called Comet, I'll get to it here in a sec, Hayatake, Hyakutake, and was discovered by this Japanese man by the same name using a 25 by 150 set of binoculars. And when discovered, the comet was about a 10th magnitude and moderately condensed. A preliminary orbit for this comet indicates that it may become a very bright object in March and April and May of this year. The information given, then it goes on to give all the technical information, but it is going to come much closer than Hale-Bopp is. So all of a sudden we're hearing and seeing about an unprecedented number of comets. This, by the way, is the third. There is yet another out there. And I don't recall a time when the Earth has been or is about to be visited by as many close-passing, large, newly discovered comets as present day. I mean, this is pretty odd. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi. I'm calling from Madison, Wisconsin.
Yes, sir.
And I'd just like to say that Stan, the guy that was talking before,
yep,
he just had, it seemed like he had a problem articulating himself as far as his story that he wanted to tell.
That may well be so. The man is 80 years old. He has a pretty bad cold right now. And that makes it a little difficult right off the bat. You add that age onto a bad cold and feeling kind of rough. And you're right. He perhaps had difficulty articulating what he was trying to say. But for my taste, he put together too many things that might be examined and wondered about individually, but strung all together seemed impossible.
Well, I'm a researcher. I've been researching like a lot of the different subjects, and everything you said tied into a lot of the things that I've researched, and I would just back whatever I could up if, you know, someone picked a specific subject, like you said.
Well, you know, we went from Sasquatch to Sasquatch living in the fifth dimension to aliens protecting the Earth, being in touch with Sasquatch, to out-of-body experiences.
Well, touching on the out-of-body experiences thing, that's a very easy thing to do for, I think everyone can do that.
Right, I believe that.
In their, you know, relaxing.
And, yes, I believe that. And I believe it's a legitimate field of inquiry. I just, for my taste and the way it was presented.
Yeah, it should have been more focused on the Bigfoot thing instead of him going off on all these other tangents.
Yeah, that's my feeling, too. I appreciate your call, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, and take care. So there you are. As I say, it's may have been a bad night for Stan, or I don't know. It's just the way the presentation was hard to swallow. And I'm generally capable of swallowing quite a bit, you know, because we've had a number of guests on here talking about a lot of, as a matter of fact, the same things that Stan talked about, but generally individually, and generally not stringing them all together. I mean, we've had a lot of very credible researchers on here regarding other dimensions. The late Robert Monroe, for example, from the Monroe Institute, talks of other dimensions very much the way Stan did, with a bit of a different slant, but still the same sort of thing. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. This is Dave from Cape Coral, Florida.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think Stan and Harley Bird met in the fifth dimension.
That could be. You know, I should have asked.
I was wondering, do you still drive the Geos?
Absolutely.
How are they running?
Like tops, never a problem.
Great. I had one more question. Why can't callers give their last names on the air? I've never understood that.
All right, then I'll explain it to you. If a caller were to say something that would would be libelous, then presuming that it got through, not only would the radio stations and the network be libeled, or it's subject to civil litigation, but the caller would as well.
Very good.
Okay?
Appreciate the answer.
Right. Thank you for asking. That way everybody hears it. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi. Well, I just wanted to comment, like others have called, and you've been observing. That was a pretty frustrating interview there.
Yeah.
But especially because the subject matter is of great interest.
Well, it is. You know, you're exactly right. And we have looked long and hard for somebody to give us an articulate presentation on Sasquatch.
Yeah, I listen to your show so often, and it has been rare that real solid information has been coming through. Hopefully, it's coming up somewhere. Someone's going to be able to articulate it. I almost started getting the feeling like that if you were a Sasquatch or someone involved with all that on their side of the world, or dimension or whatever, if you wanted to have disinformation, maybe Stan would be a perfect way to do it, because he would convince a lot of people that all this stuff is a bunch of hooey.
Yeah.
Whereas I don't really believe that at all there's a bunch of hooey, but I mean, you'd have to really be able to articulate and communicate.
No, I think there is something to this Sasquatch business, and I'm not going to give up.
Watch out for the disinformation.
I'm not going to get discouraged. Somewhere out there really is somebody with some good... right now, there are scientists, believe it or not, testing what is purported to be patches of, fur. Is that the right way to put it? Fur, hair, whatever.
Yeah.
And there have been a lot of sightings, and there are some photographs out there. I've got one right now, which is absolutely incredible. And so I think there is something to this. I just don't know where to go to find the person to...
Oh, it does seem like that they do have some control over whether or not you can see them and find them, so that's part of the problem.
I know, and unfortunately, it gives some credence to part of what at least Stan was trying to say, that they can come and go at will.
Yeah, I could sort of buy that. It just wasn't clearly,
Succinctly laid out for you. Yes, all right. Thank you very much. On the other hand, folks, Stan, as I said, is 80 years old, and is from the backwoods in Oregon, has lived there all his life, is not a complicated person, is not a well-to-do person, and I think believes every word of what he was saying. That much I will give him. But the way it was laid out, with just literally every aspect of the metaphysical and alien world, and we didn't even get to the Socorro crash and the six-fingered creatures, but he reached into sort of every metaphysical bucket that's sitting out there right now, and I guess that's what did it for me. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello. Hello there. Wild card line, you're on the air. Good morning. Evening.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah. Art?
Yes.
Okay, am I on?
You're on.
Oh, okay, good. I know where there's a six-fingered body. I'm pretty sure it is. It appears to be one. You take I-10 out of Phoenix.
Yes.
And you go past the next town. I can't think of the name of the next big town, but anyway, it's a place called The Thing. T-H-I-N-G. And it's an ancient body in there. They said they found it in a cave up by Phoenix, and that it was inspected, and it's mummified.
Well, now, there is a very rare condition that will produce 6 digits on a human finger. Hand, rather.
Yeah, I'm just saying that this body appears to have 6 fingers, but you'd have to put an X-ray machine on it to know for sure, because it appears to have been mummified in leather. Anyway, 35 years ago, I got about 35 feet away from 2 Sasquatch.
You did?
Yes, and it was much like the same fella that called before and said that he thought it was a bear. It was a night, moonlit night, the clouds breaking in and out, and snow on the ground. And I was walking down the backcountry road up in Northern California, and I just looked to the left, and the first thought was, my God, a bear, and it's standing up. And I was going to run, but if you've ever been so scared, you just do a half step and then don't run and keep stepping.
Oh, yes.
That's what I did, because in the second look, there was 2 of them, and they were both standing there, and I didn't run. I just looked at them, and they watched me right across the highway, which The highway's, what, about 10 foot on each side? So
Now, see, that's why I'm persisting in this, because too many people have seen what appears to be a creature that is not human and not animal,
right.
but sort of in between.
Right. Their necks, they're kind of short. They're shorter necks, real short necks, and something he didn't mention, their arms are longer, like almost down to the knees, and very big on top.
No, it's true. Listen, I have, for what it's worth, I have a photograph of exactly what you just talked about.
Right.
I've got that picture. I'm tempted to post it. We'll see.
Yeah. Okay, Art. Well, I just thought I'd let you know about that. And that thing is out there, and she appears, it looks like a woman with a small one, and appears to have 6 fingers.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate the call, sir.
Okay, thanks, Art.
Thank you, and take care. So, there you are, folks. I don't know what it is. I just know that I will continue to pursue an articulate spokesman with regard to the Sasquatch business, because there are stories that simply abound. And I'm not saying that my guest didn't grasp some of it, or I'm not even going to question what he said, because I do believe that the man believed what he was telling us. It's just that I want some more information on this, and I want it from a good, articulate spokesperson, and we will continue to seek that, despite the difficulties entailed in doing so. We'll be right back. It is, and I've got a very interesting reporting. It's a follow-up to the Somaliland story, and it's by Reuters, and it says Somaliland authorities are saying mysterious explosions over northwest Somalia have made people fall ill and animals behave strangely, and they are now asking for an international probe into reports that unidentified aircraft flew over that region of the breakaway state. The government of the self-declared Republic of Somaliland says 2 explosions in the sky were heard in December in the port city of Berbera on the Gulf of Aden and in the Soland-Sana regions to the east and southeast. And you already know the rest of it, how it affected people and animals. But they are now calling for an international investigation into what it was. And again, they had some sightings of what they call aircraft. They're not using the word UFOs. They're talking about aircraft. So somehow I'm beginning to suspect the evil hand of man at work here, and I wonder what it is we exploded, or let me correct that, what it is somebody exploded over that country. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, but 2 things about Stan.
Yes.
When he mentioned that he was with the CIA, suddenly that got
No, he didn't say he was with the CIA, and that is not what got bleeped.
Oh,
what got bleeped, I let the CIA, you heard me talking to him about that.
Yeah.
That didn't get bleeped. What got bleeped was the Lord's name mentioned in a way that people would have found discomforting.
Okay. I got the wrong impression.
Yeah, no, the CIA business, that's another aspect of it that bothered me. You know, Stan said, well, the CIA had commissioned somebody apparently to give him a drug, drug, and, you know, he says he has records of it but can't show them to anybody, and that bothered me. And with regard to the hypnotic records and all the rest of it, I guess, you know, he's shown his wife or somebody close by, but it does not show people who inquire about it.
I agree. Yeah, that bothered me too.
Yeah.
I attended a lecture of his about 2 years ago here in Eugene, Oregon, and he says he's not particularly religious.
Right.
And yet he began his lecture by saying that only those that believe in the Lord Jesus Christ are worthy of this knowledge, and Sasquatch can only trust those who are Christian, in other words. And a few of us there we're not Christian.
Well, he didn't deny religion. He said, to be fair to him, he said he had his own personal contact with God. And I would give much the same answer. I feel the same way. I'm not.
Right, I do too. But at the time, that is what he said at the lecture. I mean, who knows? You know, I'm not. And I agree with a lot of the other callers. He has his own experiences, and I want to respect that. But as you've said, he's just tying all of these things together, and it's troublesome. And
too many baskets.
Exactly, and I would love to hear a really good speaker on the Bigfoot.
Well, that makes two of us.
Right, yeah.
Or probably a million of us.
Yes.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Art Bell and Stan Johnson. Art, it would seem to me that if any of it's true, then all of it's true. Many people leave their body, experience worlds that are far beyond the chicken muck that we live in. It all must be connected. If it's not connected, then none of it is true. Then we should all stop wasting time talking about it. Since I know that at least some of it is true, paranormal, ETs, astral projection, etc., then I'm not so arrogant to presume I can make such sweeping determinations to try to identify what is and what is not. That's absolutely true, Dave. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
I'm a regression therapist.
Yes, sir?
And I've done a regression of a six-fingered Sasquatch that was Joan of Arc in a previous life, but now is a 666-degree Mason in the Trilateral Commission.
A friend of mine, probably.
Yeah, and I'd like to be a guest. I think I could tie all this together.
Could you? Mm-hmm. Well, we just tried real hard for the last couple hours.
I'm just pulling your leg.
Yeah, I know.
That was great.
I know. Actually, in its own way, it was classic.
I think a lot of his problem, like you said, he only has a seventh grade education. And I think that gave him a lot of trouble. He wasn't very
well, that's right. But then again, on the other hand, he's 80 years old. He lives out in the woods, in backwoods Oregon.
Right.
And where would such a story come from?
Who else would come in contact with one?
Yeah.
But someone whose inbred relatives might be one.
Well, I don't know that I would have put it that way. But if there is any country where these creatures are, that is the country. And on up through Washington. There's no question about it.
Yep.
So, what do I know? I know it wasn't a good day for Stan. I'll say that. It wasn't a good
And after last weekend, I just hope they can swim.
You have a good point. And I imagine they're having to contend with the swollen and overflowing rivers the way mere mortals are.
That's right.
I appreciate the call.
Bye, Art.
Thank you. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi there.
Hi.
This is Mike in Oregon.
Hello, Mike.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment on that Sasquatch.
Yes.
I'm in a law enforcement position, and I talked to a officer up in the Hood River area. This is about maybe a year ago. And he went out on a call and investigated a handprint on the glass of a cabin. It was 17 inches long.
Right.
Now, this is secondhand, you know. I just heard it talking in a phone conversation on some other business.
Right.
But, you know, I get in the woods a lot, and how many people have been out there hunting and have found the carcass of a bear or even seen a live bear? You know, hunters, I know a lot of hunters. Like I say myself, I hunt, and I've never seen a mountain lion. I've seen tracks. You know, it's just one of those things. I think there's something to it.
I think there's something to it, too. There's something going on. I can't put my finger on it. Some kind of creature is out there. The other night, Dan Rather, at the beginning and end of his newscast, said that Sasquatch is now put on the endangered species list. So there's obviously people out there that very firmly believe there is such a creature. And I'm going to keep plugging away, and we will eventually find somebody to speak to us on the subject in depth.
Okay, one more comment, I'll get off. My wife said she heard on the radio about that I'm not trying to throw a monkey wrench into this, but that stuff they were analyzing that was supposed to be Sasquatch hair.
Yes.
It turned up to be a synthetic.
No, that came from my show, and yes, it did, and that is not the hair sample or fur sample, if you will, or whatever it is, that is presently being examined. That was another case.
Okay.
Okay?
That clears me out. Thank you very much.
You bet. That was on my program, as a matter of fact. We'll be right back. Although we GMX. Back now to the phones. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art. This is Mark from Collinsville on SATCOM.
Hi there.
Yes, I went to sleep early on your first guest, and a buddy of mine called up while I was asleep and told me that a Japanese person has found a new comet.
Oh, it's absolutely true, yes.
What is your source on that?
I've got several different sources on this.
Could you mention one?
Yeah, I can. It's an internet article, and it's also been on Reuters. And I've got about 2 or 3 faxed newspaper articles to me. They're not here. No, this is accurate. The new comet comes extremely close to the sun, 0.22 AU, as opposed to 1 AU for Hale-Bopp.
Correct.
And I've got all the orbital data on it as well. So, no, this is accurate, discovered by a Japanese man with binoculars.
That should be coming up in time, Sky and Telescope or maybe Astronomy Magazine.
Absolutely, yes.
Now, am I correct to assume that these Hale-Bopp and this new comet will be in the skies at the same time?
It sounds that way, yes.
And wouldn't it sort of fit in with Hopi prophecy?
And when this was first seen, sir, it was of a 10th magnitude. That's very bright.
And you're familiar with Hopi prophecy?
I am, yes.
And